Hi everyone. All right, so quickly tell me if I am audible or visible and visible, not just or but audible and visible, guys. If you can quickly tell me that, then we will get started with today's session. Audible and visible, guys. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Shreya. Hi, Pavitra. Hi, Kashish. Good afternoon, all of you. How are you guys doing? Hi, Deeptakshi. Hi, Rishikesh. Welcome, everyone. Good afternoon, Rajnandini. I hope I'm audible and clear and visible, guys. Good afternoon, Pushkar. Sia, good afternoon. Satviki, good afternoon. Shraddha. Hi, Shraddha. Good afternoon, Nandini. Good afternoon, Lavi. Good afternoon, Kiran. Hi, Agrita. Hi, Ronit. Guys, I'm visible and I'm audible also, na? Good. Thank God for that. Sometimes I'm really scared that I'm not audible or I'm not visible. And poor me, little face, tiny person. If I'm not audible, then it will be not good at all. So, how are you doing, guys? Are you feeling excited about today? Let me quickly give me a thumbs up if you're feeling excited. I know today is the last day of your marathons. We are just the closing bit of it. So I hope you're very, very excited. Rishikesh is like, no, ma'am, I'm not excited at all. Ritvika, hi. Arman, thank you. I am excited also. Good afternoon, Ritvika. Tanvi, hi. Excited today and anxious. Don't be anxious. You have done everything that you could, haven't you? So you've done everything that you could have. You're prepared. You're sorted. We've given you so many mocks, so much practice. You've had immense amount of practice. You've done tremendous amount of work. So you don't have to worry now. It's just today we are going to be talking a lot about general English. We'll take a look at all the different types of questions. What we have done in today's session is we've broken it up into two segments. I will be taking up the first segment. I'm sure you're aware that Savitri Ma'am will also be taking the session with me today. She will be in the second half. So 3 to 6, I will be taking the session. 6 to 9, Savitri Ma'am will be with you. So how we are doing it is I have divided the topics into certain broad heads, and we will each be taking up one broad head and discussing passages, questions, anything that you understand, anything that you have a difficulty with in your exam, and we'll take a look at all of that. I hope that's clear. You're not, oh, Arman, no, you are prepared. This is just to brush up everything. Remember, every time there is something, a woodcutter, when he goes to cut the trees, he will cut 100 trees, but in between those 100 trees, he will also sharpen his axe. So today is one of those sessions where we are going to be sharpening your axes, right? All of us. Will you just little bit of work on smoothing the edges, on making everything appear better so that you can do very well in your exam. Does that make sense? Yes, I will talk about the underlining rule. So we have, of course, yesterday we did send out a mail and ask the consortium that you guys be allowed to underline, because of course we are used to underlining all the important text. So that's something that has gone out. But if the consortium says you cannot, well, you cannot. That's all I'll say. I'm not going to go against the consortium. They're the ones who are running the exam, guys. So we cannot really go against the consortium. So if they do ask you not to underline, well, don't underline. You're smart people, you remember things, and you can go back and cross check. Remember, the good thing about a paper based exam is that everything is in your hand. So if you find it difficult, you can just always go back, cross check, and mark your answer. Navya, all my blessings are with you, my darling. I am going to be there all the way, every single step. The minute you come out of the exam center, we will be ready with an analysis, a discussion. So don't worry. Well, Arman, whoever is not underlining, well, that's their problem. Arshi, I know we cannot do anything about what the consortium is saying. So if the consortium writes back and says, hey, your choice, my rules, my exam, my rules, well, that's how it is, guys, isn't it? When we say my room, my rules, don't you remember that? So that's how exactly the consortium is. They're the ones who are making the exam, they're the ones who are running it. So, well, they can define what the rules are. All you and I can do is cope, adjust, and change our strategies. Guys, we're flexible enough to handle all of this, aren't we? So don't worry, don't bother, just get started. Just write your exam wherever you have a problem. Check and answer. Check and answer. I don't know, Samarth. I have really no idea. All I know is that we are writing this exam. Yes, we are coping with it. Absolutely, Kartike. Cope maxing. You got to do this, guys, right? Online mock students are laughing in the corner. Issue. That's very funny, of course. But don't worry. See, whatever it is, you guys have practiced so many mocks. We've given you 60 mocks, if you include the ALET ones also. Plus, you've done so many section tests, so many topic tests. You've had your books. All that practice that you have done will now bear fruit. It's time to, kind of aggregate everything and bring it all together. So please don't worry. Please don't panic. There is no need for you to panic at all. Okay. Rajnandani, to be very honest, it's entirely possible that short passages come. If you have noticed our mocks, we've given you short passages, right? The only reason we did that was so that you'd be comfortable using short passages, using long passages. There are many examples the world over which give very short passages also, right? You know LNAT also, right? Some of you will be writing Jindal, so you know LNAT is an exam that Jindal will be taking its score from. So if you are writing that, they have so many passages, my goodness, right? So anything can happen. So please be prepared. That's why we've made mocks which had short passages. So therefore, chill. No, don't mark OMR after every question. Mark in set of fives. Okay. Or mark page wise. So once you've completed a page, mark the answers there. Because if you wait for the end, you will have so many answers, and if one goes wrong, then the entire marking can go wrong. So therefore, my suggestion always is to mark in groups of 5 or mark page wise. That's enough. Okay. So please don't mark all at once. In the sample paper, yes, the GK had one-liners. So now what should we do? We are smart people. The GK one-liners will definitely be easier than the GK passages, won't it? So please handle that. You're smart, you're intelligent, you can just do the one-liners much quicker. So, Arshi, I don't know. I don't want you to underline and risk anything, right? And please don't mark though. No, you cannot mark on the question. So you then answer straight away on the OMR, right? Now, they have not asked you to underline, but you can mark on the question paper, right? Play the exam, absolutely. I know we can't do anything about it. Let's just make sure that we are doing the best we can. Oh, Arshia, that's so cute. Yes. Take one for the team. No, guys, we'll take one for the team. Okay, I hope all of you have already liked the session. So few likes, guys. I hope you know that the first thing you do when you join a session is hit the like button. So nobody has hit the like button. I've got only some 24 odd likes, man. And also please share the session with your friends and family, with your classmates, anyone who's preparing for CLAT and has, requires a little bit of revision, a little bit of concepts, a little bit of, a little bit of Monica in your life, whatever, So I'm not saying you bring Monica, I'm saying you bring CLAT. All right. Okay. So please hit the like button, everyone. Remember to share, and I hope everybody is subscribed, because if you don't subscribe, you cannot participate in the chat. So therefore, it is very, very important that we do this. Yes, let's talk a little bit about your exam and a little bit about your exam preparation. Okay, so I hope we will discuss a lot of things today. Okay, now let me quickly take you through everything that we will be discussing in today's session. That will just give you some idea of what we are doing. Okay, so in today's session, like I say here, we are going to be discussing specific details in RC. My name is Abhilasha, and I'll be taking you through all of this. So this session, the purpose is to boost accuracy and speed for your last minute prep, and to get you some amount of concept clarity on factual questions, true accept questions, false accept questions. These are all different types of questions. Role X plays in the passage, and most likely agree and disagree, and what does X suggest about Y. This is the first session. Today we have 4 sessions, 4 1.5-hour sessions. So session 1, which I am taking just now, we are covering factual questions. Okay. Session 2 that we will be starting with after 1.5 hours, we will be covering critical reasoning questions, how to identify inferences, how to identify assumptions, and so on. Critical reasoning and reading comprehension. Okay. The third session that Savitri Ma'am will be taking for you today, session number 3, will be all the global questions. That is the main idea and related questions. So main idea, purpose, title, tone, theme, different types of passages, types of writing, all of that ma'am will cover in session number 3. And in session number 4, ma'am will cover grammar and vocabulary questions for you. Okay, so that is the plan for today's workshop. These are the things that we are going to be doing. Guys, just give me 1 second. Sorry guys, I forgot to open the gate to my home, and that is why I had to just rush to open the gate. My apologies, heartfelt apologies to all of you. Okay, all right, so like I said, the first session will be all about factual questions, the second session will be about critical reasoning, the third about main idea, and the fourth session will be all about grammar and vocabulary, figures of speech, and such like things. I hope this session plan works well for you. We are going to be taking up small passages and trying to discuss all of these types of questions. Hope that works, everyone. Give me a quick round of thumbs ups so that I know that you are sorted the way we are doing this. We will discuss all the types of questions. I'll discuss inferential questions. I'll discuss paraphrasing. I'll discuss every type of question, guys. Okay. Yes, title and source is also in the itinerary. We are covering everything, guys. Okay. I hope that's okay. All right. So let's get started. It's already what we've spent some 15 minutes talking about all of this. Let's do this. So now, if you look at the question types that I'm covering today, guys, I'm going to be covering factual questions, true accept questions, false accept. What role does something play in a passage? The author would most likely to agree with something, disagree, or what does X suggest about Y? So these are all questions which are based on the passage and essentially based on the text in the passage, right? So let's take a look. We will start with the passage and I'll take you there. All right. Okay. Before I begin all of this, let me quickly take you through some sessions that we are happening. We are having 1st of December. Please catch us live. The CLAT 2025 fastest first impressions with the expected cutoffs will happen. We will have a detailed paper discussion with solutions, expected cutoffs and scores, and the CLAT 2025 answer key and scorecard. All these 3 sessions will happen on the LST channel here, right here where we are today, and we will be discussing all of this for you. Okay, so please remember, fastest impressions first, detailed paper discussion with solution, and the answer key and scorecard. All of this we will talk with you, we will discuss with you in detail on the 1st of December. So do remember to join us for this entire beautiful discussion, this entire set of sessions that we'll be having with you. All right, so today we are talking about factual questions, we are talking about true accept questions, how to handle each one of these types of questions. So what we will do is we will keep taking up different types of questions and we'll try and solve them together so that you understand how to do these questions. I will try and take you through the passages so that we can discuss all of this together. Okay. All right. So here is my first passage. I have put it into two parts, even though it's not a very long passage, but I wanted to have the text a little bigger. So I've put it in two parts. Let's try reading it. Once we've read it, then we will come to the questions and we'll try and understand what the questions are all about. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes on this page and then 2 minutes on the next page also. Okay. So your time to begin now. I'm going to remove myself from the screen. Please read, guys. All right, guys, have you gone through the passage? Is there anyone who's still reading? I assume that everybody is through. So, okay, let us go to very quickly. We'll go through the passage and then we'll take the questions up. Okay. All right. So, the first paragraph spoke about Old English literature's legacy being profound. Remember, whenever you're doing reading comprehension, the first line and the last line of the passage is always very important. It will always tell you something very important about what is being written. So when you read, you must pay attention to these two portions of your passage. So always read the first lines and the last lines very, very carefully. So the Old English literature's legacy is profound. Old English, with its rich vocab, grammar, and literary traditions, has left an indelible mark on modern English that we speak today. Then he says that modern English words find their origins in Old English. So we speak about what are the Old English counterparts for these modern English words. And then he says the pronunciation also retain echoes of Old English phonetics. So you understand what the historical evolution of speech, sound, and accents. Then he says Old English literature, which is exemplified by poems like Beowulf and other works of Old English, continue to be a source of inspiration and study. They influence subsequent works and authors. So, this is something that is very, very important for us. Then, in the next part, again, the furthermore says that he is going to tell you something more about this passage. He says, Old English literature is a bridge between ancient and medieval literary traditions that are connecting the oral storytelling with the written literature of the medieval period. The last line says, the role of Old English and its impact underscores language's dynamic evolution. It serves as a bridge across centuries. It enriches our vocab, shapes our grammar, and leaves a legacy that is enduring. Enduring means very long term. Old English literature is most famously exemplified by this poem Beowulf, which is composed in this 8th century. Okay, Beowulf provides a window into the cultural and moral values of the time, and it's a crucial text for the study of Old English and Early English literature. Then he says, in addition to Beowulf, Old English literature also includes a range of other poetry and prose. Okay. And then he gives you many works and says these works offer valuable insights into culture, religious beliefs, and daily lives of early medieval England. And then finally, he ends up by saying that English literature is a testament, is proof to the enduring power of storytelling and human capacity for reflection, exploration, and creativity. It has evolved over a lot of centuries. It mirrors the changing landscape of society, culture, and language. When you look at Beowulf and when you look at contemporary voices like Zadie Smith, you realize that English literature continues to captivate and enlighten. Okay, it offers a glimpse into human experience and the ever expanding potential of language and storytelling. He says its legacy is not just a collection of books, but is proof to the richness and depth of human expression. How much human expression is there? How beautiful it is. In every line and verse, English literature invites us to contemplate our world, our history, and ourselves. What a beautiful passage. What is it talking about? Okay, who's going to tell me what this passage is all about? Very quickly in the chat box, you tell me what is this passage about? Give me quickly, give me three things that this passage is all about. Very quickly. Very good. Nandini says legacy of English literature, old English literature. Is it about old English literature or is it about the legacy of old English literature? Tell me. What is this about? Is it the legacy of Old English literature, or is it about just Old English literature? Very good, Vaishnavi. How Old English language is connected with modern English language. Very beautiful. How English literature reflects our rich history, legacy of English literature. Yes, the legacy of English literature. Very good. You got it absolutely right. Wonderful. All right. Now, once we've read the passage and we've understood what the passage is all about. Okay, very good. Old English as a bridge from oral tradition to written language, an inspiration for modern English. Very good. That is what this passage is all about. Let's take a look. Okay. Deeptakshi says this passage is about English language, its evolution and how its connection to modern times. Then it gives Beowulf as an example for proving the point. Very good, very nice. Ishu says the role of Old English literature in contemporary world, or Old English is the origin of modern English. Very good. Yes, you guys have absolutely got it. How Old English literature is a precursor of modern English, and how from there we have picked up many of the traditions in modern English. So that is what this passage is all about. All right, let's take a look at a few of the questions that we try to bring forward for you. Okay, so the first is a specific detail or a factual question. Now, guys, whenever you get a factual question, remember, all you need to do is go back to the passage, find out what the correct answer is going to be. So here are your 4 options. Which of the following works is an example of Old English literature? Is it Beowulf? Is it Canterbury? Is it Rime of Ancient Mariner? Or is it Paradise Lost? Very quickly go through the passage if you need to check, and then tell me the correct answer. You can write the answer in the chat box. Okay. Beowulf, Canterbury Tales, The Rime of Ancient Mariner, and Paradise Lost. Of course, the correct answer clearly is Beowulf, right? The passage has very clearly mentioned also here that Old English literature is most famously exemplified by the epic poem Beowulf, right? So therefore, to say that it is an example of Old English literature is perfect. It is correct, right? Canterbury Tales, Rime of Ancient Mariner, and Paradise Lost are not mentioned as examples of Old English literature. Okay. Factual questions, always cross check your options to see if they're correct or incorrect. Okay. Now, in this sort of a case, if you had a passage like this and you had a question right next to you, would you need a pen or something to underline? Would you ever need anything to underline? No, you would not, right? So therefore, to panic unnecessarily that I do not have a pen, we cannot underline, is not necessarily required. Okay, so that's number 1. Now, another type of question, which is the true except question. Please understand, the true except question is a very simple type of question. Whenever you get a true and whenever you get an except, please always mark these with a plus and a minus. Okay. The true is always plus, the except is always minus. False is also always minus. Undermine is also always minus. Negate is always also minus. Align is always plus. Strengthen is always plus. Okay. Support is always plus. So when you see any of these words, please mark them with appropriate signs and then see which one will be the correct answer. So if I have a plus and a minus, of course I will end up with a minus. So when the question says all of the following are true about Beowulf except, I know true plus except is always going to be false, because this is a plus, this is a minus, you will end up with a minus, so false. So the question is actually asking us to identify which of these is false. Okay, so all you now need to do is identify which one is false, right? As simple as that. So just do that. Whenever you get any negatives, any except questions, try to do a plus minus. Doodle this. Okay. If you don't want to doodle it on the paper, just do it in your mind. 1 plus 1 minus is equal to a minus. If there were two negatives, they would be eliminated. You would get a positive. If there were three negatives, what would happen? I'm waiting for your answers. Very good. Let's take a look. Where would we find this? Where would we find the options that are given in the passage? Give me paras. So this is P1, this is P2, this is P3, this is P4, this is P5, this is P6, and this is P7. Right? Very quickly, option number 1, 2, 3, 4. Which ones are given where? Okay, which of these are true? 2, you are saying the correct answer is C. That means C is false. Okay, it is considered a masterpiece of Middle English literature. Is Beowulf considered a masterpiece of Middle English literature? It explores themes of heroism and struggle between good and evil. It was composed in the early 8th century. It provides insights into cultural and moral values of its time. All right. So which of these? Old English, very good. Yes, I will come to that, Arman. Just give me a minute. We'll talk a little bit about the false accept questions also. Very good. So if you look at passage 5, it very clearly says that Old English literature is most famously exemplified by Beowulf, right? And then he says composed in the early 8th century. So therefore composed in early 8th century is true. It is a it tells a heroic tale of Beowulf, a warrior who confronts and defeats monsters and dragons and explores heroism, fate, and struggle between good and evil. So, of course, I've got heroism and struggle and good and evil. The poem has been revered for its rich use of language, vivid descriptions, profound themes. Beowulf provides a window into the cultural and moral values of the time. So, provides insight into cultural and moral values of its time is also correct. So, if you look at the options, option number A is true, option B is true, and option D is also true. So, the only one that's not true was option number C, right? All right. Now, I want to take a minute's break and explore something. So, a lot of times you get questions like, if something if false will undermine the passage, okay, or the author's argument. Now in this case, okay, if false, it will undermine the author's argument. Fair? What is the answer going to be here? If false undermines will always mean if true, it will strengthen. Okay, please write it down in your notebooks that if the question says if false undermine, then it is always if true strengthens. Okay. If the question says if true undermines, then that is, of course, undermines or weakens. Right? This is simple. Okay. But if it says if true undermines except, now what the answer is going to be? Tell me. So for question number 3, if true undermines except, what is it going to be? So if it is true and undermine, that's a negative, and negative and except will be positive. So therefore, if true undermines except, the undermine and the except get cancelled out. So this is if true, it will strengthen. Okay. So look for something that will strengthen. Yes, very good. Strengthening argument. Excellent. Very good. You got it. Beautiful. Absolutely. Absolutely. So if we're saying if false, then undermine. So it is true and strengthen. If true undermine, it weakens. If true undermines and then accept, then it is true strengthen. Okay. One more. So I was going through a question somewhere which said each of the following, if false, will undermine the author's argument except. Okay. So what should the answer to this be? If false, undermine, except. Yes, Tanvi, I know. But I want to just make it clear in your mind that this, if you look at these questions, don't get confused. Right? They appear in your exam. We have seen it in CLAT also. So if you're smart, you're going to be just very clever with these. Right? So what I will do is I will cut out the false and I will cut it out with except. So I will be left with false and except. I will do away. I'll get undermine. So I'm looking at weakening argument. Right? We are looking at the weakening argument. Okay? Sometimes you may get a triple negative, guys. Okay? So if you do get a triple negative, don't panic. Cut out two negatives. Just be left with one and that is your answer. Okay? I hope that's clear. When you do get a triple negative or a double negative, remember, do a plus minus, come to the final whatever plus or minus, and that will be your answer. I know this sounds like maths, it's not, but hey, sometimes we have to take what we have, right? And we are smart people, all of us. So therefore, we will be very clever with these questions and we will not panic. Because I'll tell you what happens is in an exam, we tend to panic. We are not able to think clearly. So if you do a plus minus there, you will be very clear. And you will have a rough paper always. So on that rough paper, write down. You can't write it on the question paper. So they will give you some rough page. So on that rough page, write down plus minus, and you're sorted. So don't panic, okay? I know, of course, English also is sometimes very mathematical and fun. All right. So I hope everybody got it. We very clearly said that the correct answer is C, which is the one that is false. We said false plus except is equal to true. True plus except is equal to false. As simple as that. This is a formula that you should remember. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next one. Okay, this one is a false except question. So I'm sure you will be able to give me an answer very clearly and very easily. All of the following statements are false except. I just told you false plus except is equal to true. So you are looking for something that aligns with the author's view. Okay, so find that statement for me. Find a statement that will align with the author's view. That will be your answer. Okay, I've started getting my answers. Question number 3. Agrita said A, Arman said D, Rajnandani said D, Vaishnavi said D. I'm getting a lot of D's. Arman says D. All right, Arman, I got it that you have said D. I'll take that. Rupsi also said D. So many of you have said D. Let's take a look very quickly. So, Old English grammar has no influence on modern English. Of course, this is false. So, I'm going to cut it out. The use of articles in modern English originates from Latin. Where was this mentioned in the passage? Somebody very quickly tell me. I know, but do you know? Hi, Achal. Yes. Option number B, where is it mentioned? Can somebody tell me very quickly? Oh, but where have we talked about the use of articles? Where have we talked about the use of articles? Which passage should I refer to check my answer? No, it is mentioned. Look at para 2. Para 2, it talks about the use of articles a, an, and the, and certain verb forms can be traced to Old English. So that's where I will cross check my answer, guys. If it's a factual question, I still need to cross check, right? So therefore, this one I know is false. Why? Because it says it can be traced to Old English and not to Latin. So B was false. The literary traditions of Old English have no relevance in modern storytelling. Of course, that was also false. We know that it is continued. Certain modern English words retain echoes of Old English phonetics, and that was mentioned very clearly here. So therefore, 3 was the D was the correct answer to this question. Oh, you said nowhere for the Latin. Thank you, darling. Okay. I thought you said nowhere for it was not, the articles were not mentioned only. Got it. That articles were mentioned, but that it didn't say that it came from Latin. All right, wonderful. Yes, para 2 did speak about the use of articles. Very good. Yes. So remember false except plus minus. This is a minus. This is a minus. Both when they cancel out, you ended up with a plus and therefore true. So that's what you will do. All right. Now, what is this question? What is the role that X plays in the passage? Now, a lot of times, guys, they will give you stuff like names of people, of places, of something, right? Sometimes they will give you examples. Sometimes the author gives you data, as in, it will give you numbers. Always remember that these are very important. They're places where the questions happen, right? So whenever the author gives you a name of certain thing, example of certain thing, some numbers, some data, anything in quotation, right? I know this stuff is important. If something is given in italics, I know this stuff is important. Why? Because at some point of time, the author is going to make a question out of this. And he'll ask you, somebody who's making a question will ask you, why have you used this, or why has the author used this? So for example, what role does Beowulf play in the passage? Okay, so the author has mentioned Beowulf, and then he asks you, why has he used this name? Where has he used it? Why has he used it? What is the point of using the name of Beowulf in the passage, right? So let's take a minute. I'm going to ask you for the answer. Yes, there is a reason that something specific is mentioned. Absolutely. And what is the reason you need to identify? Very good. Arman has given me a very beautiful logic. There is a reason why something specific is mentioned. So if you understand why the author has given you that something specific, then are you not one step ahead of the author? You are, right? And that is what we are looking at. That can we go one step ahead of the author, and can we be smart enough to crack it? All right, let's take a look at our options. So option number 1, okay, the poem Beowulf has been mentioned in several places. So one, he said Old English literature, which was exemplified by epic poems like Beowulf. Okay, And then he continued saying that it is most famously exemplified by Beowulf. So again, and then he gives you the descriptions and how whatever Beowulf is all about, right? So what role does Beowulf play in the passage? It serves as an example of Old English literature. Yes, he said it is most famously exemplified. And its thematic depth, right? So, and he says here, it remains a crucial text for the study of Old English and, early English literature, right? It demonstrates how Old English grammar influences modern English. The problem is we did not speak about grammar with reference to Beowulf. So, therefore, it can't be B. It illustrates the irrelevance of Old English to modern language. Did we identify the irrelevance of Old English to modern language through Beowulf? No. We said Beowulf is so important because you study it even now if you want to read, if you want to learn about English language, right? And then it highlights the oral traditions of Germanic tribes. No, this is not why we are talking about Beowulf very clearly. So, of course, the correct answer here was option number A, that it serves as an example of Old English literature and its thematic depths. Now, when we are reading, guys, always remember while you are reading, you must pay attention to certain things, right? And these things are called question pockets. Okay, why do we call them question pockets? Because that's where the questions lie. Okay, what is a question pocket? A place where somebody makes a question from. So a question pocket can be any sort of data. So for example, the minute we use these words, mother, father, you see, let me just pick up a green color and then we'll mark. So for example, words like mother, father, house, earth, you want to know why they have used this. Then use of articles. The minute I saw this bracketed thing, I said, okay, this is going to be something important. Then we saw this, the name of Beowulf in quotes, right? And we also saw these older books and their names. So we said all of these are important, right? Then again, the minute I saw Beowulf here in quotes, I was interested. Okay. So whenever you see any words, any quotation, any data, you want to pay attention to it because you know it's going to be a question pocket and there's going to be something important coming out of it. Right? So pay attention to the question pockets. These roles question will always come from this stuff. So while you're reading, pay attention. Okay. C is false. Yes, of course, beta. Absolutely. C is absolutely false. It just goes absolutely against the grain of the passage. Absolutely, Arman, you're so smart. Yes, Beowulf is so predominant. The author has used the text of Beowulf to explain that how old English texts or how old English is connected to modern English. So whether it's the storytelling, whether it is the words, whether it is the themes, all of that continue over these years. And that is what the author is trying to tell you. Absolutely. So yes, you did say this right. Okay. Let's look at the next question. Now, this one is a most likely agree or disagree question. I'll take a minute. You can answer this question and then we'll talk a little bit about it. The author will most likely agree with which of these following statements. So, we'll talk about this and then we will take the question. Okay, I've started getting my answers. All right, I think I'm getting my answers. Everyone, I need answers. Quick. This has to be a very fast activity. The author of the passage would most likely agree. Now, whenever we get these most likely agree or disagree question, please understand that these questions are um, part of the theme of the passage or part of the main idea of the passage. So when the question says author is most likely to agree or disagree, please understand that what the author has said, his tone, the passage's main idea. Okay, these are the things that we are referring to. Okay, so when we're looking at what would he agree with or what would he disagree with, you're looking at what will he, what has he said in the passage, and then look for something that aligns with what he has said. So, okay, the influence of Old English on modern English is minimal, clearly not aligned with what he has said. Old English literature is irrelevant to contemporary storytelling. Irrelevant, no, so not aligned. Old English serves as foundation for modern English vocabulary and grammar. Serves as a foundation, yes, what he has said. Modern English is entirely distinct from Old English. Again, not something that he has said. So clearly, the correct answer is option number C, that Old English serves as a foundation for modern English vocabulary and grammar. Now, a little bit about main idea. Let's quickly. Yes, Arman, very correct. Arman says very correctly that if we understand the main idea or the main point of the passage, then it is easier to find what agrees with the author or what will the author agree with. Please understand that these questions are hypothetical, but they are related to what the author has said. So when you're looking for something that what the author has said, it is very relevant or very important for us to identify the tone of the passage and the main idea. Now, how do you identify the main idea of the passage? Somebody tell me very quickly. Take 10 seconds and type it out in the chat box. How do you identify the main idea of the passage? Come on. Who's going to tell me? How to identify the main idea of the passage? Okay, somebody says the why. What is the why? Read the passage. Well, I hope you're reading the passage. If you're not reading the passage, the entire game of reading comprehension goes down the drain, right? So I hope you're not. Yes, very good, Raj. Nandini says the common theme. Read the passage and find the crux of the passage, the premise and why it is written. Very good. Somebody says we see and read the tone and the focus of the passage. Main idea is reflected in almost all the paragraphs. Very good. Ritvika says, why has he mentioned this or the purpose of the passage? The problem of what is said in the passage. Very good. A common theme. Yes, you guys are very correct. The main idea of the passage is the thing that the author wants to tell you. Okay, the thing that he wants to tell you, that he wants to convey, that is the main idea of the passage. So suppose I am a writer, I want to tell you how Old English literature is important for the modern English speaker, right? Would this passage work? How Old English is important for the modern English speaker, right? And this is what the passage is all about. So if we are able to pick the theme of the passage, we've got the main idea. Very good. Identifying, very good. Somebody gave me a very good answer. Samanyu. Guru, very good. You identify what the recurring idea is, and that's your main idea. How do I identify the recurring idea of a passage? All I need to do is look for text that is being repeated. So if you look at this passage, we'll be able to spot text that is being repeated. See, do you see that? In the first paragraph, I've got this blue mark in at least so many places. I'm just giving you some very easy peasy places, right? That's one. So one thing that is repeated across this passage is Old English. Any other thing that is repeated is influence or impact. Okay, legacy. See, you will find that in the evolution, indelible mark. So something that has happened. Okay. Do you see this? Influence, imprint, echoes. Okay. All of this say that there is impact that has happened. Bridge, transitional role, vital link. It's profound and pervasive, leaving an enduring cultural and literary legacy. Do you see this? So, what we are seeing throughout this passage are marks of blue and marks of yellow, right? Not marks of blue and marks of yellow, but facts, words which are telling you about the passage, right? So, two things. One, we're talking of Old English, and two, we are saying that it has left some sort of an imprint, echo, legacy, gift, right? So, two things that are there. So, whatever Old English has given to modern English, or whatever it has left for us, these are the two things that we are talking about. So when you see recurring ideas, when you see these blues and yellows, you know that these are the things that have to be part of the main idea. So when you look at the main idea question, you're very smartly trying to see three things or three sets of words. And again, I will give you these three words or three sets of words. My first set of words are nouns. And nouns are words that are repeated again and again. So, for example, here it was Old English, wasn't it? So, any repeated now words, okay? So, look for nouns and respective pronouns. That's one. Number two, look for adjectives and adverbs, because they essentially tell you what the writer is telling you about the nouns. And number three, look for contrasting conjunctions. None of the other conjunctions are as important, but the contrasting conjunctions are important because they tell you now there is a change in the story, right? So, nouns, adjective, adverbs, and contrasting conjunctions. These three point out to the main idea. Put them together, you've got your answer. Yes, very good question somebody had. I'll just take a 30-second to just shift up and see. Okay, so Achal says, ma'am, I don't understand the question which asks us to give the passage a title. Now, please understand, Achal beta, that the title is also a question which comes from the main idea. So, if you have identified what the main idea is, the title is going to be the same. In fewer words, in a crisper manner, but the title is just a resonance of the main idea. Okay, so when you're looking for the title of the passage, you look for the main idea there. Okay, and that will be your answer. Okay, All right, now one more. What if the options are very close? I hope you all know beast. Everybody knows beast. Yeah. Do you all know beast? Yes, very good. So beast is what? Broad or narrow. Use this to eliminate. Extreme. Quickly tell me. Yes, yes, I will. Alien, sidetrack, and tone mismatch. And also, I say factually incorrect. Factually incorrect means according to the facts of the passage. Use these to eliminate your options. Yes, Rupsi, we'll take that also. Okay. So use these to eliminate your broad, narrow. So something is too broad, something is too narrow. Something has words, extreme words like all, no, never, always, must, will, necessary. Eliminate these options. Alien, I am talking about monkeys and you're talking about anteaters. Irrelevant. Alien. Sidetrack, I am talking about monkey children, you're talking about monkey brothers. Sidetrack, it's about the same topic but a different issue altogether. So sidetrack. Tone mismatch. The author is saying, oh, this is such an amazing thing. You are saying, oh, this is such a terrible thing. Okay, so look for those. These are the words, these are the things that will help you eliminate your options. Okay. The questions from where Savitri Ma'am will take this up, guys, how to identify where this passage has been taken. Okay. So absolutely. Yes, my dear future NLS IU student, very good. Options that are very good. What a beautiful explanation you have given. Yes, Tanvi, personal bias also, author's opinion, contradictions, sidetracks, all of these, darlings. Very good. You guys are very smart. Okay, excellent, excellent. All right. So remember this, these things will help you solve the questions. Okay, one more question. What does X suggest about Y? Okay, so I've got Y and I've got X, and X and Y, X is doing something about Y. Okay, why has the author used the mention of one thing in another thing? That is the question that we are looking at. So you tell me, what does X suggest about Y? What does the mention of Z.D. Smith suggest about the evolution of English literature? We spoke about Z.D. Smith, I think, in the last but one paragraph, where, oh my God, now I've lost her. Somebody tell me where we spoke about Z.D. Smith. I am missing her. Okay. No, which paragraph have we spoken about Z.D. Smith? I know you're giving me the answer. I'm looking for something else. Okay, yes. Here in the last paragraph. From Beowulf to contemporary voices like Z.D. Smith, English literature continues to captivate and enlighten, offering a glimpse into human experience and ever expanding potential of language and storytelling. Okay, so here we are. This is what the passage is talking about. All right. Okay, so let me see if you can give me the answers. Passage. Thank you, darlings. You guys are such rock stars and so helpful. I tell you, without you guys, my life would be so much more difficult. Yes. So what does X suggest about? So why does the author mention Z.D. Smith and what does it do in context of evolution of English literature? So your answers. Very good. I've started getting my answers. Ichigo B, Rupsi B, Supal B, Adit B, Arman B. I had some more people also. Deepshakshi B, Adit B, Honey B, Multi B, Sia B, Saili B, Gogikar B, Shaurya, Divakar, Dhatri, Parv. Very good. Meghna, Bhadra. All right. I'm getting so many B's. I assume B is the correct answer. English literature has progressed to focus solely on contemporary themes, leaving behind historical influences is absolutely incorrect. Let's cut this out. The tradition of storytelling in English literature continues to evolve while connecting with its rich historical roots. Very nice. Yes. Now, there are two things that are mentioned here. The first is that the enduring power of storytelling and human capacity. And the second was it has evolved mirroring the changing landscape of society, culture, and language. So, therefore, it has evolved and it is still connected to its historical roots. So, therefore, B is a good choice. Look at C. Modern English literature is entirely disconnected. I know entirely disconnected is incorrect. So, not C. English literature has become less reflective of society and culture over time, has become less reflective. This comparison is not given anywhere. So, therefore, D is incorrect. So, of course, I will eliminate A, C, and D. My correct answer is going to be option number B. All right, guys. I hope this type of questions are clear. Rupsi, I hope you will get easy passages, but even if you don't, you may just get difficult questions. That's okay. If you're being smart, you will be able to handle this. Speaking of personal bias, how to force ourselves not to use it, remember to remain true to what is mentioned in the passage. Okay? If you follow what is mentioned in the passage, you will not involve personal bias. Okay, that's important. While you're reading, please remember you don't know anything. All you know is what is written in the passage. So, anytime you feel like, oh, I like this option, check. Don't say I like, check. Okay. Takshi, I always like difficult papers. I'll be very honest because the difficult papers means people who have really worked hard and people who are really intelligent, they're going to succeed. The easy paper means people who are guessing also will succeed. So, in that case, somebody who's put in a lot of hard work loses out, isn't it? So, my thought is always that I love having passages with easier questions. All right, here is a very beautiful passage. I've picked it up for you from one of the past CLAT papers. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to read it, 3 minutes to read it. It's a slightly longish passage. So, 3 minutes. I'm going to remove myself from the screen, give you 3 minutes, read, and after 3 minutes, we will look at the questions. Okay? All right, here we are, guys. Your time begins now. All right, guys, your time is up. Okay, I hope everybody's read the passage. Give me a quick thumbs up. Oh, I've got so many dones, I just realized that. All right, good, you guys. Okay, so let's come to our first thoughts first. What was this passage about? You will tell me, what is this passage about? What is the main idea of this passage? Quickly, everybody. What was this passage about? I got all the dones, Donny, Dooney, done, everything from all of you. Now tell me what this passage was about. Show me quickly. You've got 1 minute to answer this question. What is this passage about? Come on, everyone. Okay, value of animals through the passage of time in the eyes of humans. Explores the reason why modern animal right movement originated. The place of animals in human morals. Sia. The main idea of this passage is about the connection between animals and religion. Animal rights in context to Christianity. About Christianity and Judaism being human-centric and how it encourages scientific experiments to use animals. Ved says how various religions and various philosophers have generalized animals and other live beings as inferior species. Okay, Deeptakshi says modern animal right movements, how animals are subjected to experimentation and how animal rights are being violated in the name of religion. Samarth, basically about how a lot of religions believe that humans are superior form and all animals have purpose of human use. Okay, Samarth has given me this answer. It's a very nice answer, Samarth. Okay, let me also look. I think Samanya was also giving me an answer. Samanyu, sorry, my bad. It is about how the value of animals have changed over time. It also explores animals and religions. Isn't that too broad and very scattered? Why did the animal rights occur and the value of animals? Parv says perspective, Parva, not perspective. Perspective regarding animal right through. Okay, apathy of humans towards animals, how humans valued animals according to their religion. Let's quickly go through this passage. Very quick, like I generally do. We will take a look at what this passage was all about. So the modern animal rights movement, the first paragraph says modern animal rights movement may be understood as a reaction to dominant emphases within science and religion. So how science and religion paid what they emphasized, as against that you have the modern animal rights movement. Okay, when they said brute beasts do not have understanding and so not persons, they don't have any rights, and we do not have any duties of charity or duties to any other animal, just like stocks and stones, he was articulating the moral insensitivity that Western view of animal has. So Western religion thinks of animals as almost equivalent to stocks and stones. That insensitivity is a result of amalgam of influences, many influences. Okay, and the first was that earthly things have no value in comparison to spiritual things. That's one of the reasons why you treat animals with insensitivity. Okay, so you say those who have reason are immortal and those who do not have reason are mortal and so no value. Christian spirituality has not been at home with the world of non-human creatures, so they don't value non-humans. Okay, Christianity only values human-centric things. Okay, they say, oh, if you're human, you can be, you can attain salvation. Animals, stones, vegetables, no salvation. As opposed to Hinduism, where everything has a life. The second idea, the second reason why, and this is common to Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, that these are all instrumental for human beings. So they're made for human beings. Their purpose is to serve the human. Okay. And this was found before Christianity also. Aristotle also said it. Okay. These things are just for human use. And that is why they're not respected as much. Then he says such instrumentalism which features rationality. So if you have rationality, you are human. If you don't, you are brute beast. Now that has brought about the third influence, which says humans are superior. And if humans are superior, so therefore we are concerned about humans, not concerned about all forms of God given life. So humans are more important. And that is why animals are not to be considered in religion and so on. So you consider it unworthy to spend money on animals. So you spend that money on animals, on humans, and not on animals. Now these influences have enabled and justified. So because of these reasons, now in scientific experimentation, you say, okay, let's experiment on a rat, let's experiment on a monkey, let's experiment on a chimpanzee. Okay, why? Because we consider them to be inferior, right? That is the reason. So very interesting, the fact that Western religion has prompted animals to be viewed as inferior, and that is why they're used in scientific exploration. Okay, so that is what your passage was all about, right? Yes, how animal exploitation has been found to be justified in Western religion, not in Hindu religion, not in Buddhism, not in the Eastern religions. The authors mention only three: Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. Okay, all right, very nice. All right, guys, if you have found the session to be useful, do remember to hit the like button. Obviously, we love that. Okay, here's your first question. Question number 7. I started getting my answers. Come on. Yes, thank you, Shruti. Jesuit Joseph Rickaby's articulation on animals may be termed as. Is it an ecocentric view of animals? Is it an anthropocentric view of animals? Is it an ethnocentric or an androcentric view of animals? What is the meaning of each one of these words? Somebody's got to tell me also. What does ecocentric mean, anthropocentric mean, ethnocentric mean, or androcentric mean? Who will tell us? Very quickly. Okay, quick, guys. What is the meaning of ecocentric view of animals? Dream Conscience says it is D, the correct answer. Well, whatever it is. Andro means man. Okay, very good. I will write that here. Oh, my pen is a very ugly color. Let me pick up a darker color. Andro is equal to man. Okay. Eco means, okay. I thought eco is to do with environment. Anthropos means humans. Okay. And ethno means origin. Okay, so the ecocentric view of animals means what is their relevance to the environment. Okay, anthropocentric means related to humans and concerned about humans. Ethnocentric is where they belong to that, and androcentric is related to the male person and not the female person. Okay, I hope you got that. All right, so the correct answer, of course, is B, because the passage very clearly says that they say that Men are important and not anything else. So correct answer was B, the anthropocentric view of animals. That animals are related or are made for humans and not the other way around. So therefore correct answer B. Yes, very good. Okay, let's go to the next question. Here we are. Question number 8. According to the author, how did Christianity contribute to insensitivity of the West towards animals? All right, come on, guys. Let's get some answers in. All right, yes, very good. I'm seeing some A, B's, some D's. Okay. Shruti, Meghna, Pushkar, Ananya, Hani, Ritvika, Divakar, Shubham, Ishigo, Kashvi, Shraddha, Sia. All right, so many of you are giving me B or D as the answer. Let's quickly take a look. Christianity contributed to insensitivity of the West towards the animal. Number one, because Christianity said we have to treat everything as otherworldly, right? So that was one. So it denigrated the value of earthly things in comparison with spiritual things is correct. It divided the world into beings with and without reason is also correct, right? Brute, beast, and beast with reason. It propagated as if animals are transient or peripheral in the human centric economy of salvation. That is also correct. So, therefore, the correct answer had to be D. Very good. The correct answer is D. Yes, all of you have given me. Yes, I know, Arman. I'm very excited to see the CGI. Of course, which one of you decided to turn CGI today, I don't know. So, all right. Lordship is here. You're going to get me killed, huh? Thank you, Arman. All right, guys. So, yes, the correct answer is D. Very good. Okay, let's take a look. So, this was a very factual question. Everything from the passage, just pick it up and answer. All right, which of the following is closest to the meaning of the word instrumentalism as used in the passage? Is it pragmatism, idealism, egalitarianism, or none of the above? Tell me. This, of course, is a very fast question. All right, I started getting you guys. Pay attention to your answers. Which of the following is closest to the meaning of the word instrumentalism as used in the passage? Guys, I hope you have all hit the like button. If you haven't, please like kar do yaar. You know, I desperately crave your likings. So the likes are like really important for us. So please do hit the like button. Also, I hope you have asked all your friends to join in. If they haven't joined in this session, please ask them to join in the next session. We'll be starting that just after this passage. Okay. Now, in the case that you do not understand the word meaning, number one is you can try and break it up. Number two is you can go to the passage and look it up, guys. Right? So, if we are to look at this word, where have we mentioned instrumentalism? Very clearly, it's mentioned here. Such instrumentalism, which features rationality as the key factor dividing human beings from brute beasts, has in turn buttressed the third influence. Where else did we mention instrumentalism? Nowhere. Right? So, instrumentalism is when something is the instrument for something. Now, pragmatism, of course, means practical. Pragmatic is practical. So that is the theory of practicality. So will not work, right? Idealism, we understand someone who's very idealistic, who just dreams of things a certain way. So not that. And egalitarianism comes from equality, so you're thinking of everyone being equal, so not even that. Instrument means something that is used to do another thing, so instrumentalism will be some sort of theory of that. Therefore answer will be D, none of the above. Yes, absolutely, it is none of these, because of course the answer was incorrect. None of the words had the correct meaning. All right, let's look at question number 10. Which of the following is not true in context of the passage? So you're looking for the false answer. Very quickly tell me. Which of these is false, guys? I'm waiting for your answers. All of you, please remember to invite all your friends. Share the session link very quickly with all your friends so that they can also join in. Sometimes I'm all right. I think I've started getting my answers. Which of these is false? Western philosophy and science are both under the influence of religion is true. Yes, that is why they don't care about animals, right? So therefore A is true. Western philosophical views on animals have been influenced by religious notions about them is also true. Absolutely. Western religious notions on animals have justified subjection of animals to scientific experiment is also true, isn't it? Some of the scientific views on animals have been influenced by religious notions. Whoa, so all of them cannot be true. Ah, I know what the answer is. Guys, why is my answer incorrect? Who will tell me very quickly? Why is my answer incorrect? Yes, my answer is incorrect because I did not look at option A clearly. Option A says Western philosophy and science are both under the influence of religion. Did the passage mention philosophy anywhere? Did the passage mention philosophy? No. And therefore, could I have taken A as the true answer? No. So my answer should be option number A, because that's the one that is false. We did not speak about Western philosophy, remember? So this is your extra information, or information that is alien to the passage, right? So therefore answer will be A, not B, not C, and not D. Okay. All right, let's look at question number 11. It may be inferred from Rene Descartes' view that it is irrational to assume that animals have awareness and some mental capacities. Animals are automata, or they act mechanically, neither A nor B, in both A and B. Tell me what the correct answer is going to be. The Rene Descartes' view is given right in the end, last paragraph. You guys are so naughty. Don't call anyone. Call me. Call Harvey Specter. All right. Yes, Anjali, what happened, beta? Why are you putting out so many question marks? Okay, no, don't call Mr. Modi, bhai. I'll be so scared. Okay, let's take a look at where the Descartes' view is mentioned, everyone. Let's pay attention. So, Rene Descartes famously likened the movements of a swallow to the workings of a clock. So, he said a swallow, which is a bird, its movement is similar to that of a clock. So he is comparing animals to machines. Okay. And he says that there is no prejudice to which we are more accustomed from our earliest year than the belief that dumb animal things. Now he's saying that this is a prejudice. This is an incorrect thought that dumb animals think. So his thought is animals don't think. So therefore, he says it is irrational to assume that animals have awareness and mental capacity is correct. Also, that animals are automata or they act mechanically is correct. So answer is going to be D, both A and B. What a beautiful sentence he meant. The author has given right in the end, giving you Rene Descartes' view. So correct answer, yes, was D. Automata is equal to automaton, machine, right? So that was the correct answer. Very good, you guys. All right, let's go to the next one. Okay, here's another passage. This one we'll do a little faster. Okay, so I'm going to give you 3 minutes to read the passage and then I will do the questions. Okay, yes. All right, guys. I hope you have read the passage. Yes, come on, let's do this. Let's go to the questions. This time it will be a little faster. All right, guys. I hope you have read the passage? Yes, come on, let's do this. Oh my God, I got my own voice in my ears. Goodness gracious. All right, here's question number 12. From the passage, it can be inferred that. What can you infer? 1, 2, 3, 4. Very quickly tell me. Watson is Holmes' mentor. Earlier, Watson used to live with Holmes. Watson is a detective. Watson shares all his personal matters with Holmes. Come on, guys. Very good. Yes, you have absolutely got it right. The correct answer has to be was shown up to the chamber which had formerly been in part my own. So, of course, Watson, who comes to a room which was earlier his own. So, therefore, Watson used to live in this house with Holmes very clearly. So, correct answer is B. If you got this, you got it very correct, guys. Absolutely. Wonderful. Perfect. Watson is Holmes' mentor. We don't know. That is not something that we can infer. So I will eliminate that. Watson is a detective. Oh, I don't know that. Watson is a detective. We can't say. Right? So no. And also, Watson shares all his personal matters with Holmes. All his personal matters with Holmes? No, Holmes is able to guess them, right? He's able to infer everything. But is Watson sharing everything? Not really, right? So, therefore, the correct answer will be option number B. And that's perfect. All right, let's go to the next one. Question number 13. It is evident that for solving cases, Father Brown relies largely on. What does Father Brown rely on? Okay. I really like this passage. Come on, guys. What does Father Brown rely on? The Father Brown is okay. Where is he mentioned Father Brown? Here. So there is G.K. Chesterton's fictional Catholic priest, Father Brown, who relies on his extraordinary powers of sympathy and empathy that enable him to imagine and feel as criminals do. Right? So Father Brown has his own sympathetic and empathetic thought process about criminals, and that is what he relies on. So answer has to be A sympathetic approach towards various people's opinion. No, it is not about various people's opinion, and that's why B is incorrect. A deductive analysis of crime and his ability. No, it's not about the deductive analysis. He does not deduce anything. He empathizes and sympathizes, and so therefore D is also incorrect. So the best answer is option number A. Very good, you guys. All right, let's look at the next question. Question number 14. Okay, so my next request, hit the like button. So anyone who's answering this question also has to hit the like button. But if you've already hit the like button, you cannot do it again. Come on, guys, I'm waiting. Why are you so sad, Vinya? 14, I'm getting C as the answer. I'm getting D as the answer. Oh, you got it wrong. That's okay. Once in a while, you'll get some answers wrong. Pushkar has played very safe. He's like A or B. I'm going to choose whichever one. Guys, I need the likes. I asked you to hit the like button. You disliked it. Oh my goodness. If you've already hit the like button, don't do it. If not hit the like button, hit it. God, that is so bad of you all. 14A is the correct answer. I'm getting all different types. Thank you, Achal. That's very sweet of you. Pushkar, you naughty boy. With two answers, you've got yourself all confused, and also me. No one is disliking. Oh, thank God, man. I'm happy. Okay, for the three detectives mentioned in the passage, which would be non essential for solving criminal cases? A forgiving nature? Is that essential? No. So this should be my answer. Sensitivity, essential, because one of them was an empath and sympathetic. Critical thinking, essential. Holmes all had critical thinking, and patience also, right? Uh, Hercule Poirot, very patient, right? So forgiving nature or A is the correct answer. Okay. When somebody has sympathy and empathy, please understand they are sensitive. Okay. Oh, thank you, CGI Lordship. I like you guys are so naughty, and then you make me naughty also. Okay, question number 15. In order to solve cases, Poirot uses the art of what? The narratives that he has been told. What does he do? What does he do? Does he build a fantasy based on the narratives that he's been told? Does he empathize with all the characters in the narrative? Does he create new plots for all the narratives? Does he detect and analyze the missing links? Come on, guys. Question number 15. Once we're done with this, guys, in just 5 minutes, we'll be starting with the second session, which will be based on critical reasoning. So, अगर तुम्हारे कोई ऐसे दोस्त हैं जिन्होंने critical reasoning के कुछ questions करने जो आरसी में आते हैं, तो प्लीज उन्हें बुला लो. ओके, फटाफट से. Okay, so the correct answer here cannot be building a fantasy. That's Sherlock Holmes' job. Empathizing, that's Father Brown's job. Creating new plots, that's not there at all. So the correct answer is going to be detecting and analyzing the missing links very, very beautifully towards the end of the passage. The passage does say that, right? Hercule Poirot patiently listens how it happened. He listens for credibility, ambiguity. He identifies why and how the pieces of the jigsaw don't fit together. So he's the one who's analyzing and fitting it in. So that's your correct answer. Let me check with Shruti if a break is to be given, and then I'll give you a short break. Okay. I thought this is a marathon. So the marathons, do they have a break? All right, do this last question, and in the meantime, I will ask Shruti. If she says that there will be a break, I'll give you a short break. Why such easy questions? Because these topics are easy, darling. Isn't it? Eyes need break. Yeah, mine too. Imagine I've been recording since 12 because today the CAT results, the CAT answer sheets came. So we had to do the recording. So I had written CAT slot 3. So I went and I recorded that. Then 2:30 I finished. 3 o'clock I started your class. So 3 to 6 I'll take your class. Then 7 I have a snap workshop till 8:30. And then, oh, Mr. Trump, yes, I know, I'll give you a break. Okay, let's take a look. So the correct answer here, somebody who's incorrigible. That means he doesn't feel bad about anything. Habitual is a synonym. Okay. Unperformable is unrelated. Repentant should be the correct answer. Incurable is a synonym. So that's what, guys, your correct answer is going to be option number C. All right. So I'm going to give you a 5-minute break, everyone. At the end of this 5 minutes, you can come back and we will start again and we'll do some CR based questions, which will be how to identify assumptions, inferences, paraphrasing, and so on. Okay. I hope that's okay. Give me a yay 5. Give me a 5 on the chat box quickly, everyone, and then you can take a break. Okay, 5 minutes break. Bye bye. I'll see you at the end of 5 minutes. Guys, don't leave the live stream. Stay on the live stream. I've also kept it live. Okay. Hello everyone. Welcome back. Like I said, I promised to be back at 4:55. I'm here. I hope you guys are also here. Yeah. Give me a quick yes or no if you're here. You can see me and hear me. Let's do this. Quick, guys. Give me a yes, no. All right, wonderful. Back. Have you had your water? Have you had your tea? I, in the meantime, made a cup of tea, made a whole mug of tea for myself. So I really love this mug. Check this out. I got this for Teachers' Day from our Kailash Colony Center. And look how cutely it says Abhilasha Ma'am. I really like it. Such a child I am, you know. At times I am really a child, and then there are times when I wonder how did that happen. You had a strawberry and a cookie. Oh, yummy! I like that. But strawberries are generally very khatta, and I don't like that. I get that my teeth becomes very, has a very bad coating or aftertaste, you know. Thank you, Rudra. But yeah, cookie is a good idea. You should have had milk, you know. All of you should have lots of milk. It's very important for you guys. Healthy stuff. You know? I hope these days you're eating less at, more at home and less outside. Yes, I know, Arman. I get those bad market strawberries only. I'm very bad at buying fruits and vegetables. It's my mom who's really good. I'm very bad at doing all this home stuff, you know. So I'm like, ah, yeah, stay home, eat more at home, less outside. These 3, 4 days, in fact, this still ALET is done. Please stay at home and please like take care of your health. That's very important. Oh, it must have had something artificial if it is sweet. Dark chocolate works for me. Yes, guys, okay. Very quickly, can you share it to all your groups so that everybody else rejoins and then we can start? Yeah. In the meantime, I'm going to get a sip of my lovely tea that I've made so much effort to make, and I haven't even had a sip. Here's to Chai Pe Charcha with critical reasoning and me, Abhilasha. This is actually not really critical reasoning, wala critical reasoning, but these are sometimes you will get questions within your reading comprehensions also. So I thought, why not? Let's talk a little bit about this stuff. Okay, so let's get started. We'll not waste any more time now that I'm here, you are here. खूब जमेगा रंग जब मिल बैठेंगे आप मैं और critical reasoning, of course. So the purpose of this session to boost accuracy and speed, we'll be talking about what you need to do last minute, of course, CLAT prep and concept clarity for assumptions, inferences, evidence questions, conclusion questions, paraphrasing, and then we'll try and do a couple of passages just to practice, you know. That is the goal of this session. Oh, Arman, I like that. C for CL, C for CLAT, C for CR, C for Chai, and C for super cute ma'am. Sometimes I can be so naughty and I like praising myself. Thank you, Kiran. I know it was a cute cup. But yeah, मुझे भी तो कह दो यार, ma'am, you're also cute and this is a wonderful session that we're going through. I think I need that. Some cheers from your end just kind of lights up my life. All right, chalo, let's get started. Critical reasoning. Yes, I think you should practice a bit of parajumbles. I don't really think it will come in CLAT, but there's no harm in practicing. So your book has some parajumbles also. So do try practicing a few. Okay. I know, Vanshi. I don't know. ऐसा अपने आप हो गया है कि मैं हूँ cute. God, ask Ask somebody who lives with me, and my son will tell you how uncute I am. But yes, dear esteemed foreign minister, I know you love chai and I love chai also. You love Japan also. So do I. Thank you, Kashmi Bete. Oh, Mr. Trump loves chai also. Okay, Mr. Trump, thank you for loving the tea. All right, guys, now let's get to business. We've got one more hour because after that, Savitri ma'am will be raring to go. You know that? She's also waiting. The next 3 hours from 6 to 9 will be a lot of studying for you because Savitri ma'am will take you through main idea, title, tone, types of questions, types of passages, grammar concepts, vocabulary. She'll take you through figures of speech. There is a lot that is waiting for you guys. So just wait, watch, have fun, keep learning. This marathon, I think, is the best one. When I was speaking to अमितेंद्र सर, of course you know अमितेंद्र सर जीके वाले जो इतने क्यूट से हैं, जिन्होंने तुम लोग को इतना जीके पढ़ा पढ़ा के एक्सपर्ट कर दिया है. So when I was speaking to Amiten sir and he was like, "Ma'am, you are doing the closing, so it has to be very rocking." I was like, "Yeah, don't worry. We'll teach these children so much that after this session they will feel that everything is sorted for them." And that's my goal, guys. That when you come out of these 6 hours of VRC, one, you should have enjoyed every minute. Two, that you will have learned something, right? I know. I know Nitin sir does look like Prakash Raj well, and he knows that. Trust me. Diplomatic meeting hoga, I know. Yeah. All right, let's get started. Here is some work that we're going to be doing. Let's take a look. Okay, before I begin, some announcements. Remember on 1st of December, guys, we're going to be doing CLAT 2025 fastest first impressions, expected cutoffs in this first session. The second session will be CLAT 2025 detailed paper discussion with solutions, expected cutoffs and score. We'll do everything. And of course, the CLAT 2025 answer key and scorecard out session will also happen with you guys. So we are going to be covering a lot of things. Do make sure that you are there with us the entire day. Okay, go write your paper, come back. The minute you step out of the center, open your phones. We'll be there with you. So if you have any panic, any clarity, any thought, any problem, connect with us. We are on the LST channel. Please just make sure that you are live with us. You're ready, you're joining us. Black coffee, I don't like black coffee. I do not like. I like black lives, they matter, but black coffee, not so much. Very unhealthy for the stomach. All right, so this session, critical reasoning, let's do this. So the first one is an assumption question. Now, guys, I'm going to give you a minute to read, and then we will look at the question, and then we'll talk a little bit about the assumption questions. Okay, so here is your time. I'm moving myself out of the screen. Your 1 minute starts now. Oh, my darling children, I have put out the question. Right, here you go. Question number one. Which of the following assumptions is necessary for the above statements to hold true? Gandhiji and Dr. Ambedkar were entirely against capital punishment. Indian officials are fully aware of the philosophies of Gandhiji and Dr. Ambedkar. The act of carrying out execution inherently violates the principles of non-violence, and Indian officials are consciously adopting colonial and feudal ideology of justified violence. Okay. So this is the statement that you are looking at. For some reason, we have missed out placing this statement. Here is the statement that you're trying to identify. Indian officials who collaborate in the execution of a convict must realize that in doing so, they directly oppose Gandhiji and Dr. Ambedkar. What is the assumption that is necessary for this statement to hold true? Okay. Is it that Gandhiji and Ambedkar were entirely against capital punishment? Is it that Indian officials are fully aware of the philosophies? Is it that act of carrying out execution inherently violates the principle of non-violence? Or is it that Indian officials are consciously adopting the colonial and feudal ideology of justified violence? Come on, guys. Let me get your answers in. Quick, quick, quick. Good afternoon. This class is all very political. Now, what will happen is I will get you into class and working very hard. Come on, guys. What is the assumption that is necessary for this statement to hold true? Tell me. Now, if you look at this statement, everyone, it says nonetheless, Indian officials who collaborate in the execution of a convict must realize, they know this. What do they know? That they are directly opposing Gandhiji and Dr. Ambedkar. How are they opposing Gandhiji and Dr. Ambedkar? Because they're executing a convict. So that means that execution is directly opposed to the philosophies of Gandhiji and Dr. Ambedkar. And what is the philosophy of Gandhiji and Dr. Ambedkar? The phrase of non-violence, right? So therefore, the minute you follow non-violence, you will not execute. If you are executing a convict, then you are directly opposing Gandhiji and Dr. Ambedkar, right? So clearly, the act of carrying out an execution inherently violates the principle of non-violence, and that's your correct answer. Okay, option number C. Option number A, they were entirely against capital punishment, is not something that you have to assume for this statement to be true. Similarly, Indian officials are fully aware of the philosophies. We don't know if they're fully aware. Yes, they are aware, but that's also not necessarily true for this statement to be true. Also, D, they're consciously adopting what? Again, we cannot say that this is true. Remember, when you're trying to identify the assumption, you can negate the particular statement. Negation works very well with assumptions. So, if you negate a statement and then the original statement becomes false, you know that this is the correct assumption. So, if I were to negate my C statement, which says act of carrying out execution does not violate the principle of non-violence, and if it does not violate the principle of non-violence, then these people would not understand that they were opposing Gandhiji and Ambedkar. So the minute I make this false, this statement also becomes false. And so I know that C is my correct assumption. Okay. So, yes, absolutely. Saying that they were entirely against capital punishment would be incorrect, right? We cannot say they're entirely against capital punishment. All right, let's go to the next one, inference. Okay, here you are again. I'm going to give you a minute to read and then start off the passage. All right, I've put out the question for this. Which of the following can be most reasonably inferred from the passage? So, an inference is something that you understand from what is given in the passage. Let's try and identify what the correct inference is. I really like this passage for you guys. When I was choosing a passage, I thought we must have something that is related to law also. Generally, all the passages in verbal or in general English are fiction, this, that, AI, stuff like that. So let's have something to do with law, with legal era, arena, and that had to be a good choice. All right, I'm waiting for your answers. Roopsi says A, Pristine says A, Jasmeet says D. Samarth says A or D. Samarth, that's too broad, no? Dileshwari says C. Yash says C. Future analyst student says C. I'm getting my answers, guys. Guys, I hope all of you have shared this session with your friends. If you haven't, just take 10 seconds and share the session with everyone else. See, makes no sense, right? Let's take a look at this passage. We'll take 2 minutes and read. It says, as a first step, this will require filing of fresh mercy petitions to the president for the convicts whose petitions have already been rejected, which they have the rights to do on new grounds. After all, it's a matter of life and death. As a second step, you require more diligent and deliberate consideration for new mercy petitions. So you have to be more diligent and deliberate. The unseemly haste, very quick, with which the mercy petitions of the Nirbhaya convict case are being rejected, it's a travesty of justice. It's a mockery of justice. President Kovind took 270 days to consider and reject his first mercy petition. And then the two petitions of the Nirbhaya convicts were rejected within 1 day, and the third was rejected within 3 days. And the reasons haven't been made public. So you don't even know why they have been rejected. My goodness, we don't know why. This haste, this urgency robs the applicant to seek the right to seek executive clemency for commutation of their death sentence. They can't even ask, because they don't even know what is happening. If today they have been punished, today their petition has been heard, and tomorrow it's their hanging, then how do they ask for commutation? The Supreme Court's contention is that once all the required material is presented to the president, we should assume that he has applied his mind, even within this impossible time frame, just because he's a high official. Now, this is unconvincing in a democracy. So this is your author's main thought, that what are we saying, that the president can take 272 days to dismiss one petition, but take 1 day to dismiss two petitions? Isn't that very random? It is very random, right? It is very arbitrary and very inconsistent. And that is why the correct answer had to be A, that the process of rejecting mercy petitions is arbitrary and inconsistent. That's something that we can infer. Mercy petitions are always decided hastily, is an extreme option. Please remember, always is extreme, so not B. The president is not required to justify the rejection of. Not required is something that you cannot infer from the passage. Okay, it's not part of this paragraph. So therefore, out of scope or alien for us, right? Look at the Supreme Court has ensured that justice is upheld in the rejection. But where do we say that Supreme Court has ensured? Again, this is incorrect, not mentioned in the passage. So correct answer will be option number A. Okay, guys? All right, let's look at the next one. Evidence, third paragraph, very beautiful. Again, I'm going to give you. Yes, C is literally irrelevant. No, Samarth, go with your answer. Go what you feel is right. In an exam, there will be no one else holding your hand, right? You are going to be there. You take a call. All right, answer. Since this was such a short one, I've just given you very little time to do this. Yeah? All right, here's your question. So again, this is an evidence question, which is something that we have done in the previous session also. Why does the author include Carol Steiker's statement? Right? Come on. Give me an answer quickly, everyone. And if any of you have not hit the like button, yaar, please like bhi kar do. Greedy woman in the house. Question 3 is clear cut. A. All right, let's take a look. The statement includes Carol Steiker's statement. The author includes Carol Steiker's statement too. Where is Carol Steiker's statement? Okay. Third, we need a new understanding of the unique role of clemency power. So we need to understand. Clemency literally means a disposition to be merciful and compassionate, in particular to moderate the severity of punishment awarded through the justice system. Clemency can never be used to enhance punishment. If I'm getting 1 year, give me 2 years. That's not clemency. Clemency responds to human struggle over how to reconcile the law's call to justice with the heart's call to mercy. So this is what Carol Steiker says. She is trying to tell you the philosophy or the idea behind what is clemency or why clemency is there. So highlight the philosophical tension between justice and mercy in the concept of clemency. Yes, looks good. Criticize the lack of understanding of clemency. No, she does not mention any lack of understanding. Provide scholarly support to reinforce the moral argument for clemency. I would have liked it, but she has not written the book. So if you had said Linda Mayer said that, then maybe yes, because then that would be scholarly support. But she is just reviewing a book. So therefore, can I say that it provides scholarly support or she provides scholarly support? No. Advocate for abolishing the death penalty. She has not advocated the death penalty's abolishment. So therefore, not D. The best answer, A, and that's your answer. Very good. Remember, evidence question, go to that particular line, read a couple of lines above and below, and then see why has the author written this. All right, the next one, your conclusion question. A conclusion is always the difference between a conclusion and an inference is that the conclusion is the author's conclusion and inference is your conclusion. Okay? All right, take a minute. All right, let's take a look at the question. Here's your question. So, which of the following conclusions can be most reasonably drawn from the passage? Let's take a look. Clemency power exists to align criminal punishment with humanity's highest values. Clemency power allows the executive to override judicial decisions without justification. The Indian judicial system is incapable of delivering justice based on human values, and clemency power is used to exclusively pardon convicts of capital crimes. Okay, let's take a look. Let's get your answers in, guys. Question number 4. Oh, so Pavitra says A. Deeptakshi says all the other options are clearly extreme. Okay. Thank you. Let's take a look at this question. So clearly, the clemency power of the executive, separate and outside the judicial system, and not an appeal against it, reflects the recognition. It reflects what? That judicial process does not yet have the analytical tools to measure, calibrate, and apply the most important values that make us human and constitute our republic: compassion, kindness, and non-violence. So clemency gives you this, that judicial process does not necessarily have compassion, kindness, and non-violence. It's not a power to excuse or condone the wrongfulness. It's just a power to reduce the punishment and temper it with humanity, because humanity is important. So clemency is a sacred trust to apply and uphold the principle of non-violence. So you reduce it as much as possible. You reduce the violence, therefore. So clemency should be seen as a non-violence clause of the Indian Constitution. So it exists to align punishment to humanity's highest values, is a good one. It allows the executive to override judicial decisions without justification. Well, we cannot say that it is happening without justification and therefore not be. The justice system is incapable of delivering justice based on human values is incorrect. We don't know actually. And that clemency power is exclusively used is too extreme and therefore not the correct answer. So, of course, the best answer here is option number 1, and that's how. All right, let's look at the paraphrasing question. Again, I'm going to reduce myself. All right, let's do this. Let's look at the question on paraphrasing. A lot of times you will get this type of question. So, a statement is given to you and they ask what is the option that best explains the statement. So, look for what the statement is saying and identify the correct paraphrasing. So, this last statement was the one that was to be paraphrased. This one. The danger is not that in republics the victims of law will often escape. Okay, that one. Okay, I will wait for your answers, everyone. Anshika, I think, was the fastest to give us the answer. Ichigo, Bhadra. So I'll tell you something very interesting. Now that you have Mr. Putin in the house, so last week I had gone to Russia House. Now Russia House is the cultural center of the Russian embassy, sort of. So they do events and all. So I had gone there and we were attending a very beautiful art and music show. It was an inter art salon. So that was how what it was called. Now, interestingly, they had event and something, something, something. And at the end of the event, we were speaking to the lady who had organized it. So she is very cutely telling that we are now having a lot more things. Why? Because Modi put in those, and she's a Russian woman, huh? So very cutely she says, Mr. Modi, Mr. Putin, those. I was like, we fell apart. We were laughing like anything. We just went crazy. We're like, Mr. Modi, Mr. Putin, those. And she said that those in such a cute, way. I was like, we just laughed and laughed and laughed. So, yes, Mr. Putin, Mr. Modi, and you are those. And yeah, that's a good thing. But yes, let's take a look at our answers. I think I'm getting answers as B. Yes, you guys are right. Okay, absolutely. Clemency is not dangerous because it rarely allows criminals to escape justice, but its misuse becomes a risk when influenced by, well, this is not the restatement. The correct restatement is B, that public opinion should not dictate legal decisions because it can prevent fair application of clemency power in emotionally charged cases, which is what the passage has talked everywhere, right? It's not that the victim of the law will escape punishment, but that the problem is that it will not be sufficiently exerted in cases where you actually need it, right? So it's often excessively used as again too strong, not correct, and judiciary and the executive must defer to the public. No, that's not correct. You cannot defer to public sentiment over things like this. You have to take the power of mercy, yes, but don't always defer to public sentiments. That's not what the passage was saying. So, therefore, yes, the correct answer here was option number B. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, here is a passage for us. We will read this passage and we'll try and solve the question. I'm going to give you 3 minutes to read and solve. Okay. After that 3 minutes, we will continue with the questions for this set. It's a very lovely past year question. I know some of you might have done it, but if you've done it, good. If you haven't done it, well, let's do that. Yeah. Your time begins now. All right. I assume that even after Arman blocking your screen, you were able to read something, and then the last 1 minute, you have read everything that had to be read. Okay, I love this passage. It is such a sweet passage, right? What is this about? Quickly tell me. Who's going to tell me what this passage is all about? It's a very interesting passage. What is this passage about? It starts out with the story of a child. Yes. So, what is this story all about, and what is this passage all about? Come on. Quick, guys. I'm waiting for you. The negative impact of technology. Okay. All right. Very nice. Did it also tell you some complaint? I like that. Complaining about the internet. Very mom like, huh? The writer of this article must be a mom. Complain, complain, complain. What about internet, AI, technology, phone, laptop, online shopping? Excessive use of apps leading to social isolation, technology and its effect, the benefits and negative impacts of technology along with the loneliness crisis, technology friends and foe. My goodness, very titlish that you have become. How technology affects our lives, very good. How technology is on one hand connecting the world and its people, and the other it is also the negative impacts, how social isolation is increasing because of excessive use of apps. Mukti says an example of a child is used to show both the aspects of technology. It is more an analysis of the effects of internet. Mr. Modi's brother, how the internet negatively impacted us in social isolation, but some benefits also. Okay, Ritika says impact of technology while useful. Why? Deeptakshi writes very well. I think she has to be one of those students who are very good at English. All right, so we start with the story of this 6-year-old child who's beggar, and he finds himself in a train. He goes to an adoption center, and then 25 years later, Saru wants to see his mother, right? And then he starts hunting, and the perseverance does pay. So he finds his mother and keeps in touch. Now the story actually begins, right? That if technology can unite people with their loved ones, it can also make them distant. This is what the author is trying to say, that yeah, you can be united, but you can also be separated. There's so many things that these apps have snatched away, the joys of life, nature walks, time, space, physical interaction, simple pleasures of life, all of that has gone, right? So you start by saying that it's a good thing, right? Then you say it's a bad thing. Then you say, then the however comes, the escalating rage of using apps. It's very fashionable. Okay, all the happiness is going on. Loneliness is something that's happening. So where are we heading to? Where are we going? Are we allowing ourselves to be swamped by apps, the social media and its problem? So social isolation, then we say. Okay, and then we say unfortunately we are looking for this unhealthy solitude is causing demand for mental health therapy practitioners. And then you want to engage psychologists in schools and college, and their demand for the psychologists. So the last portion kind of talks about the demand for these psychologists, the psychiatrists and the therapists, right? So and then he kind of ends by saying it is never too late. So he is upbeat at the end, right? If people revert to the earlier trend, then they can keep their head also. So it's not that everything is negative. He starts with positive, goes to negative, negative, then negative, and then ends with a positive note. So that is also very important that you pay attention to. Okay, so the good things and the bad things about, yes, technology, right? This is from a Hindi film. Which Hindi film? Any Hindi film. Not that wife disappears story, huh? Okay, from the passage, it is evident that Saru's desire to find his mother. Okay, ended up being a distant dream, inspired him to use Google's satellite feature intermittently, waned as time went by and did not slacken till he succeeded. What's the correct answer? Quickly, let's get this one in. Yes, he's very optimistic at the end of the passage. I like it. He says that you will be able to, it's never too late. A Hindi film called Lion. Oh, I have not seen, yeah. Okay. Some people say D, some are also saying B. Meghna said B. Okay. All right, let's take a look. So, Saru is able to trace his mother. 25 years later, he felt this urge, and then he used Google's satellite feature to map parts of the country that could have been his own hometown. And then perseverance did pay. So, he met his mother and continues to keep in touch with her. So, it ended up being a distant dream. No, it ended up being a realized dream. Inspired him to use this feature intermittently. No, he continuously used it. So B is incorrect. Waned, it reduced. No, he searched. It did not slacken till he succeeded. So he found his mother. So the correct answer is going to be D, guys. Okay, very good. All right. These very apps have snatched away the joys of long nature walks. The author has done what? He satirized nature, metaphorized apps, personified apps, or none of the above. How beautiful. What a lovely question this is. Come on, let's take a moment and read and solve. Savitri Ma'am is going to be here at 6. We will finish this passage. If we have time, we'll do one more and then Savitri Ma'am is going to be there. Okay? We are very excited for her also. Okay, I've started guessing C as our answer. So many of you are giving C as the answer. Supal has also given C as the answer. Let's take a look. So, when you say these very apps have snatched away the joys of long nature walk. See, now this is a very beautiful figure of speech. So, ma'am will tell you a little bit about figures of speech. Let me quickly take you through. So, figure of speech is a tool that authors use to beautify language. So, sometimes they will give non-living things qualities of living things. Okay, so non-living becomes living like, right? So when you have something like this, it is called personification. So here, when the apps snatch away the joys, can a non-living thing snatch anything? No, it's only a living thing that can snatch. So we are personifying the apps and we are saying that the apps snatch away your joy. So therefore we have personified apps. If we were metaphorizing them, we would have compared them. Okay, these app monkeys or these app lions have become like that. So I would have compared an app to a lion. Then that would have been a metaphor. Satire means to make fun of something. Okay, so again, he has not done that. So none of these, the correct answer, personified apps. Okay, let's look at the next one. From the passage, one can conclude that. What can you conclude? Now, if you look at these passages, you will realize that the questions are fairly easy. And these are actual exam questions. So when you were in the previous session and even this one asking me, ma'am, itne aasan hote? हाँ, होते यार. General English easy hoti hai. It's only that there's so many questions, it takes time. That is the problem. Nothing else. Okay. All right, let's take a look. What's the answer to question number 8? I'm getting Pavitra says B, Ashi says B, Indu says B, Sayali says B, Meghna says B, Sukhpal says B, Rashi says B, Deeptakshi also says B, Jasmeet also says B, Ritvika also says B. Let me quickly take a look. So it is impossible for apps to reduce, for people to reduce. No, in the last part he has said you can reduce. So one is not possible. There is a direct correlation between loneliness and excessive usage of social media. Yes, we have said this somewhere in the passage. So B is correct. The usage of technology is as essential for mental health as is food and water. No, technology is not required for mental health. It's the worst thing you can do. All senior citizens are lonely because they're not tech savvy. No, no, no. That's again incorrect. Passage does not say anything like that. So B, of course, is the correct answer here. Okay, absolutely the right answer. Direct correlation between loneliness and excessive usage of social media. That is why he says if you stop using the social media, you will feel better. All right, question number 9. It can be inferred that presently in many educational institutions. And what's going to be your answer? Give it to me. Number 9. Yes, B is more balanced, Mukti. Absolutely. Okay, waiting for your answer for question number 9. Let's take a look. Is it the number of teachers who pass the buck to psychologists is on the rise? So special emphasis is being laid on mental and emotional health of the students. The usage of educational apps is being discouraged, or is it that all the students feel the need to be counseled by a psychologist? Statement number 1 in the second paragraph very beautifully says the necessity of engaging psychologists in schools and colleges evidently on the rise. Okay, and the psychologists are required to identify and address the learning and behavioral needs of the students who approach them for guidance. Okay, so in many educational institutes, the schools are paying a lot of attention to their emotional, social and academic skills, and that is why they are bringing in these psychologists. Now, the number of teachers who passed the buck is incorrect. It was not mentioned in the passage. Special emphasis is being laid. Usage of educational apps, but we did not speak of educational apps, so this was not part of the passage. All students feel the need to be counseled. No, we don't know. When a student needs, there should be psychologists, but all the students feel the need is not mentioned in the passage, so not B. So correct answer will be option number B. I hope you got that. Okay. In the concluding paragraph, the writer's tone is, and this was a very easy question. We have already discussed this, haven't we? We have discussed it. So very quickly, come on, tell me, guys. Ten. Yes, of course. He said it is never too late. Now that's not despairing. Despairing means you are unhappy, you're sad, you're hopeless, you're in despair. So that's not despairing. Laudatory means praising someone. Oh, this is such a good thing. But he does not say that. Apologetic. Oh, I'm sorry I've done something wrong. He's not apologizing. He's optimistic. Because he says it's never too late. If people revert to their earlier trends, they can keep their heads, right? So it's there very clearly, very beautifully, it is there above that ocean of loneliness that we are talking about. Okay, so answer has to be optimistic and nothing else. Now see, in your exam you get so many questions on these tones and stuff. It's very important for you to know, right? So yes, in your RC book we've given you some tones. Go through that well. Okay. All right. Here's the second passage for us for now. Again, I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Read it and then we'll quickly do the questions for this passage. I have got 5 questions. We'll complete it in 10 minutes and then we'll wrap up the session. Okay. Ma'am is already waiting, so we'll just finish in 10 minutes. All right. I'm going to give you 3 minutes to read this passage. Here, your time begins. All right, guys. Done, 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 done. Time is up. Let's take a look at our first question. What was the assumption about the origin of urban life in India before the Kiladi dig? Okay, tell me. What did we assume about origin of urban life before the Kiladi dig happened? That origins lay in the northern Gangetic Plain, that Indus Valley civilization was the first urban civilization of India, the second urbanization was the Magadha Empire, or was it D, both A and B? Very quickly. What did we assume? Question number 11. Did we assume that? All right. So here the correct answer is going to be option number A, that the origins of the urban life in India lay in the northern Gangetic Plain, which was urbanized earlier than the south. If you took option number B, that it was the first urban civilization of India, well, that's not really uh, correct. The second urbanization was known to be in the Magadha Empire. Again, that's not the thing that we're talking about. The origin of urban life, when did the urban life, yes, when was it? When did it originate? What was the thought before the Kiladi dig? That was just that northern Gangetic plains were where it originated. B and C cannot be assumed at all, and that is why not D. All right, let's look at the next question. Question number 2. The Kiladi excavations further challenge the idea of a single fountainhead of Indian life. So they challenged the idea that there was just one place from which Indian life came out. All right. So in elaboration of this sentence, which of these options follow? So which of these will elaborate this given statement? Okay, tell me. Is it option number A, B, C, or D? That dominant theories about how urban and modern life came about in India, not five, but life, came about in India were proved wrong by the Kiladi archaeological dig. Neither the Indus Valley civilization nor the ancient urban civilization of Magad are clear explanation of how urban life emerged in the Kiladi region. Or is it C, that the Kiladi archaeological dig proved that Indian urban and modern life emerged independently in several historical periods and geographies, and no one theory is enough to explain it? Or is it D, none of these? All right, let's take a look. This is a very beautiful statement. It says the Kiladi excavations further challenge the idea of a single fountainhead. So they say probably there's not one source of Indian life. Okay, they indicate the possibility that the earliest identity that could be recognized Indian might not have originated in North India. Okay, so they are saying that there were other things. So urban life thrived in Tamil lands, they had their own script. Okay, so many things are saying that there is not one source, not the Indus Valley civilization, but that there may be other places also where Indian civilization started out. So therefore the correct answer here for this question, yes, you guys are absolutely right, has to be option C, that the Kiladi dig proved that Indian urban life emerged independently during several different historical periods and in different places. And you don't have one theory to explain it. There are many, many different things. Okay. So therefore, C, not A, not B, and of course not D also. Let's take a look at the next question. Question number 13. Guys, Let's do these quickly. 13, 14, 15. We have 3 more questions to complete. And then ma'am is waiting for you guys. So we will just quickly finish these 3 questions. And then we'll start. Okay. Then ma'am will start. So language, including a script similar to Brahmi script, emerged in Kiladi in the 6th century. Which of the following is the most convincing conclusion from this statement? So what can you conclude from this statement? Very quickly. Come on. Question number 13. Let's get your answers in, everyone. Question number 13. Let's get your answers. Somebody says C. Let's take a look. Let me also read. Kiladi is a center of culture and learning far superior to any others in ancient India. Can I really take this from our given statement? I don't know if it is far superior to any others. I cannot conclude from this statement. So, no. People of Kiladi were illiterate and could not use language to inscribe on their own pots and pans. But if they had a language, then were they illiterate and were they not using language? B is incorrect. Ancient urban history of India could significantly be altered by the findings of advances achieved by the Kiladi civilization. So, if they had a script also, then what we know about ancient Indian history, that everything originated in the north, is now going to be changed, and we will have a different story of ancient urban history, right? So, therefore, C. And therefore not D. So the best answer, of course, here will be C. All right, let's take a look at question number 14. BCE is an acronym for. Okay, my goodness, I am also sometimes very bad. Is it before the common era, before colloquial era, before chapel eternal, and behind Christ era? Now, this is something that you can do from your knowledge, right? Quick, come on, guys. Question number 14 was the correct answer. Give me. I hope all of you have liked the session. Yeah? If you haven't hit the like button, to thoko yaar. Like thoko, like. All right. Yes, it is before the common era. Not colloquial, not chapel, not behind Christ. None of these will be correct. So your correct answer is going to be option number A. Which I think brings us to the last question for this session, guys. A farmer could write his own name on the pot he owned. The fight going on here is you are not the one to teach me to write. I have learned it myself. What do these sentences imply? That the Kiladi civilization was an inegalitarian one. That the Kiladi civilization did not conserve the access to education and literacy only for the elite. That the farmers of Kiladi were also potters. Or is it D, all of the above? Very quickly, guys. By now, my eyes have started going crazy. So 2000 years ago, writing was prevalent in Kiladi. Somebody, a proud local, told me a farmer could write his name on his pot. The fight going on here is not, you're not the one who taught me. I have learned it myself. So nobody else came from outside and taught. We created our own language and did it by ourselves. So are we saying that the Kiladi civilization was an inegalitarian one? That means it was unequal. Are we saying that they did not conserve the access to education and literacy only for the elite? That means everybody had access? Okay. Is it that the farmers were also potters? No, that's ridiculous. So C and D we can eliminate. It's only choices A and B that you have to think about. Okay. So take a moment. Tell me what the correct answer is going to be between A and B. Quickly, guys. That it was an inegalitarian civilization, or that they allowed everybody to have access to education and literacy? Very quickly. Now, the idea is when he says the fight is that you're not the one to teach me to write, I have learned it myself. That means not everybody had the same tools. So people had to become self sufficient to teach them. They did not get language or script from elsewhere. So we are essentially saying that the civilization was an inegalitarian one, right? And therefore the correct answer here is going to be option number A, not option number B, which says that civilization conserved the access not to the elite, it was available to everyone. That's something that you cannot infer from this last statement. All right, guys. Okay, that's that from me, guys. I hope you found this session to be useful for you. Thank you so much for joining in. Remember to stay. Ma'am is waiting for you. Savitri ma'am is here already. She's just waiting for me to disappear, run away, just, I don't know, vamos, whatever. And then she will take you through this beautiful journey on grammar, vocabulary, main idea, title, tone, types of passages, everything. All that you were asking me. All right. No, if he has learnt it himself, then there was not access to it. No, the access was only to a certain set, and the poor farmer had to learn it by himself. Right? All right. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you, guys. I will see you again soon. All the best for CLAT. I hope all of you will do really well. Keep a cool mind. Take a printout of your admit card, paste your photo, take a clear bottle of transparent bottle of water. You're allowed that. Please do not wear any jewelry, no rings, no kadas, no studs in your ears, no chains, nothing. Please remember that. Then otherwise it becomes a problem. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Bye bye. Ma'am, are you here? Hello, ma'am. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Abhilasha. That was a wonderful session. I watched it,
Thank you,
and
ma'am. Just when you say it,
I'm
I feel
actually
so
pretty
happy.
nervous taking the
Why
session
are
after
you
you. It
nervous?
was a fantastic session. I learnt a
So
lot, and it was
I
actually,
know your
I've
session
seen
will
the
also be
passages
very, very
before.
exciting.
I've seen the passages before, but still, I like the way you took it. Guys, make sure you put all your likes now at the end of my session. Only if it compares to Abhilasha's, please put a like.
No, no, ma'am.
All
Your
right?
session is going to be wonderful. I know that. Thank you so much for
All
your
right.
very wonderful,
Okay.
kind words. I'm now
Let us
disappearing. Bye
start.
bye.
Let me
All the
first
best, you
fix my
guys.
chat.
Do hit the like button
Um,
very, very quickly. All of you.
all right. Let me quickly put my PPT up. And can you see my PPT? Good evening. Can you see me, hear me clearly? Then please let me know and we can start the session. Okay. Good evening. All right. We have a long 3 hour class, and I will try to keep it light, interesting, but at the same time useful, right? So, the first uh, 1.5 hours, I'll be taking you through passages which will help you answer the most common questions asked in CLAT. Main point, theme based questions, style and tone based questions. All right. Uh, yes, but you had other very useful sessions as well, right? You had the last lap to CLAT going on, which is why uh, I mean, you can't, how many sessions will you watch? So today we are going to look at main theme based questions. How do you get it right all the time? All the time, right? Then you can just look at the kind of style and tone questions asked in CLAT. All right. And questions primary purpose, which is basically uh, a main theme based question. Then this is This is related. Title, this is related to the main theme based question. Author's attitude towards a particular subject, that's a tone question. So this, we will be looking at all this and more. All right. Okay, let's start. Before we start, quickly, you know the drill. On the 1st of December, the moment your test is done, stay locked to our channel. We have first impressions, fastest first impressions. We have detailed discussions with solutions, answer key, scorecard, everything. So you can gauge how you have done, right? So make sure you stay locked with us on 1st of December after your exam. Let's start with the passages. I'll give you 3 minutes to read the passage, all right? And then some of you will read it faster, I know. Start. Your time starts now. As we discuss the questions, I'll tell you which is the best way to answer it. 1.5 minutes. NP Kashvi Arman Good. But I'll give you 3 minutes. That's the designated time. Okay. Good. 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 10 seconds more. Okay. What is the primary purpose of the author? Why has the author written the passage? Why has the author written the passage? To analyze the significance of Samantha Harvey's novel Orbital as a work of fiction, to explore a profound perspective on humanity's relationship with Earth, to critique a novel's exploration of themes like unity, environmental awareness, interconnectedness of human actions, and planetary well being, or to discuss a novel's relevance to the current geopolitical tensions and climate crisis. So remember, the primary purpose has to tell you the author's intention in writing a passage. Correct? Most of you have given, well, I've seen some B's and some C's. Let's quickly look. What is the first passage about? Finally, what is the passage about? Tell me. Is it about geopolitical tensions and climate crisis? That's one of the points mentioned somewhere here, climate crisis. But is the passage about the current? So the problem is, has the author mentioned the passage? What is the subject of the passage? The subject of the passage is Samantha Harvey's novel. One minute. Samantha Harvey's novel, which won the book prize. Okay, it is about the orbital, which offers a perspective from space. So the first paragraph gives a quote from the author. Let's look at the flow of ideas. The first paragraph gives a quote from the author. Second paragraph tells us about the novel, which is a work of fiction. Third tells us about the message of the novel. Fourth tells you the difference between Orbital and another song, another book which was there last year. Last one says it has a timely message for us. The message is very urgent. So, it is not about geopolitical tensions, but it says that the novel is important. The main message of a novel is, don't you think the passage is not about a novel or any novel? The passage is about Samantha Harvey's novel Orbital. Don't you think that should be there in the answer option? What is the passage about? If I tell you a novel's exploration of themes like unity, environmental awareness, does it really tell you that the author has done this? His is to say she has written a novel, and that novel has a tremendous message and meaning for us. That is the primary purpose. Now, what C does is it takes themes, but it tells us a novel's exploration of themes, which doesn't really tell you what the author's purpose. It could be any novel, and we know it is not any novel. It is Samantha Harvey's novel. So B and C are close options because they do tell you parts of the author's message, the author of the book's message. But the primary purpose of the author of the passage is to talk about the novel, that is Samantha Harvey's Orbital. Therefore, the correct answer is A. All right. No, is a critique is examination of something. Not, it may criticize, but it basically so let's say I watch a movie and I critique the movie. So I am looking at the movie thoroughly, examining it, analyzing it, and pointing out the pros and the cons. Got it? So, but yes, a novel's exploration makes it very general. So remember, in main theme and primary purpose, your wrong options would be ones which are too general. So when you use, you know that, well, roughly, I'm not saying always this is used, but roughly, especially in main theme and primary purpose, it should not be too broad, too general, or too narrow. It shouldn't just talk about one aspect of it. Then it should not, any correct option generally doesn't have any extreme terms like only, always, none. All right. B is too broad. No, humanities is it's only talking of one aspect, and this Our impact on uh, the borders, okay, humanity's impact on our planet is only one bit here, right? How has she delivered the message? In orbital, she delivers this message through from the perspective of space. That's very important. It's not just any novel that is talking about any humanity's impact, right? It is talking about it through a novel. All right. Therefore, it is not correct. All right. A stands for alien. It should not be out of scope. Okay. So you should make sure that the option should talk. B is just one aspect. The author talks about unity. Okay. Author also reminds us of humanity's impact. It is one of the points mentioned in the option. B is not the answer because it is too narrow. It is only talking of one aspect of the passage, Diptakshi. That is why. All right. C is talking is ambiguous because it's talking about any novel. And we know it's talking of Samantha Harvey's Orbital. The entire passage is about that. Got it? All right. Next question. Be careful, please. What kind of passage is it? What is the style of the passage? So be careful. We'll talk about the different styles. What is the style of the passage? The passage can be best described as a or an dash piece of writing: persuasive, analytical, argumentary, and or expository. What kind of passage is it? Arman, two options not allowed, one option only. If you had to choose in the exam and had to answer this question, what would you mark? The So remember, style is what basically, what is the author trying to do? Is the author trying to persuade us to accept a viewpoint or a stand or a course of action? No, right? So it is not persuasive. He just says Samantha Harvey won this book. This is what the book is about. The book has a message. Last year, Paul Lynch's book also had a message, but that was a dystopian view. Harvey is more positive. She gives a idealized vision while keeping track of reality. And because space exploration and space tourism is increasing, this book is timely because it offers a vital perspective. All right. So it's not, yes, I'll explain. Yes, what persuasive is trying to make you explain. Like if I try to tell you, you must join. Let's say you've got calls from Bangalore and Nalsar, and I'll say, no, you must join Nalsar. Nalsar is much better, and I'll give you everything. And I'm trying to persuade you. I'm trying to see that you follow a course of action. That is persuasive. He looks at a book. Why analytical? Because he describes the book, right? Then he talks of the central message of the book and talks of the importance of that message. Therefore, analytical. In argumentative, he would take a stand, let's say on climate change, and then give you logical points for or against it or both and tell you, this is correct. Expository is explanation plus information with logic. That is what an expository passage is. Today, I have chosen a passage given by CLAT where I'll just tell you what changes I have made. So, expository is like detailed description and explanation. But here, it's not just description and explanation, it's an analysis of a novel. Therefore, analytical is better than expository. He is not giving us information and explanation. He says, this is the novel. He's of course giving us information, but he's also looking at what does the novel do. He's looking deeper into the message of the novel, its relevance. Therefore, it's analytical. Got it? So, 2, the correct answer is B, not D. Expository will give you an explanation of the novel, and it will give you expository passage would probably talk more about space tourism, more about the impact of authors' novels on people in general, right? And explain why this particular one had such a great impact. It's done nothing like that. It's only it's like a praising, it's a positive critical review of the book. So it is no it is a critical analysis in great detail. This is just critical analysis. So expository, remember, has description and explanation. Remember, those two aspects have to be there in expository. Okay. All right. So those, I wanted you to understand the style and understand the primary purpose. Let's read another passage. You might have read it already. This time I'll give you 2 minutes because it's a short passage. Okay. Dis, no, detailed description and explanation, Deeptakshi. That's how you should read expository. Okay. Same thing, Samanyu. I will give you another example of an expository passage. I think I've chosen one. No, I don't know. Good, good, Ashi Arman. 20 seconds more. Pristine Patwari, Manhar, Ritvika. There was a Vladimir Putin in Abhilasha's class. I saw Putin's face also. Megha. Okay, Ritvika. All right. Is everyone done? Okay. Okay. After, actually, 1 minute. Okay. What, we can have a break, but 5 minutes. Okay. This is an easy passage. You can take a break here. No. Okay. I have a lot to do. Just take your break and come back. All right. Which of the following best describes the author? I will teach. You can always catch up later. You watch it. Okay. What is the author's main point? Guys, I will again put the timer on just for me to know. Um, what is the answer to the main point? What is the author's main point? Okay, 15 more seconds. I want more answers. 80 students and not that many answers yet. This was easy. Within a minute, all of you gave an answer. Um, because in this passage, the last paragraph, so when you get passages, you can find the main point in the first paragraph itself, right? The first few lines would give you the idea of a main point. Some paragraphs, some authors sum up and then give the main point right at the end, sum it up and give you. In some, it is difficult to find. Okay, here it was easy because it was there right. Must be balanced would be even better, but it's okay. This is also not wrong English. All right. Here, what is wrong here? Misused by public figures. He didn't say misused only by public figures. It can be misused by anybody. Democracy are inseparable, restrictions are unnecessary, goes against the tone of the passage. Public speech differs from private speech, has not been mentioned. This is out of scope of the passage or irrelevant to the passage. Good. What is the tone of the author? Argumentative and critical. Now, think, read the three passages, ask yourself the author's attitude towards the subject. Subject is free speech and freedom of expression. Correct? Right to free speech and freedom of expression. And the author takes the case of the arrest of actor Kasturi to discuss this issue. Correct? So, what is the author's attitude? Is it argumentative and critical? Is the author giving a point of view, defending it, or opposing it? Right? Then he is critical of the uh, arrest, but then he talks about Supreme Court and how the Supreme Court's he's critical of the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court's decision. But then he says the Supreme Court had once said that bail is the rule and jail is the exception, and the Madurai Court bench should have kept it in mind instead of just going and arresting her. So obviously, the author is critical of the uh, judgment, right? The High Court ruling. But is the entire passage critical? There are elements of criticism, doesn't make the entire passage critical. So therefore, while this is relevant, 50% correct, author is critical, but then say, can I call it argumentative? All right, so they're very close. They are very close because here the author has, but where has the author given a point of view, supported it, started by talking about High Court's position? One can't help to say, okay, you are correct. But arrest should not be a reflexive response to the state of transgression. Whenever a citizen does anything wrong, you shouldn't go around arresting. Next, he talks about the Supreme Court and the Madurai Court did not take that ruling seriously. So here his attitude is indeed critical. Third, he is giving us a word of advice. Correct? He is giving us a word of advice. Therefore, we say, this is better. The word of advice makes cautionary, correct? So I think analytical and cautionary works better than argumentative and critical. One paragraph of criticism doesn't make the overall tone critical. All right. Therefore, correct answer is option B. All of you agree? Clear? Any doubts? Okay, let's look at the next question. Oh, so we now know main theme, primary purpose. We've done two tone questions. Let's see what the third passage is. 1st of December, remember, stay locked and press the like button if you're enjoying the session so far. Short passage, I'll give you 1.5 to 2 minutes to read. No, 2 minutes. Okay, let's keep it at 2. Is there another one? No. Okay. Uh, After this passage, I was just asking future NLS student, take your break and come back and watch the passage later. Because we have so many passages, take a break, come back. All right. I told you no nation. So author criticizes, but criticizes only in one paragraph. He's only critical of the Madurai bench's uh, judgment. But then later he says, but the Supreme Court said this, we should follow the Supreme Court's ruling. So overall, he is looking at freedom of speech, he's analyzing freedom of speech, and then he is talking about what should be kept in mind. So analytical and cautionary is better than critical because the entire passage is not critical. Just because there are elements where the author is critical of something doesn't make the entire tone of the entire passage critical, right? So the reason I said we see if we take a break, when do you get back? Right? Some people take 5 minutes, some people take 10 minutes. I will keep going. You take a break and come back. Then you watch this session later. Put it on YouTube, watch it later. All right? Sounds good? Go take your break, have your dinner, come back. All right? 2 minutes are not yet up, 30 seconds left still. There's a very nice word used in this passage. We'll do it during the vocabulary session, which is at the end. All right. What is a good, suitable, most suitable title for this passage? The title should be such that you will know the story of the passage the moment the title is given to you. It's not like the title of a Hindi movie where there is no connection between the movie and its title, or you'll start wondering what is the connection. Okay, because now they've become very smart, right? So Karan Arjun to Pathan to, that is nothing. But generally, what do you think is the title? Something that will tell you the story of the entire passage. Again, follow the beast formula. Shouldn't be too broad or too narrow. Shouldn't have any extreme option. Extreme word. Shouldn't have any word which has not been used by the passage. All right. Nation's hope. Why are you crying? Are you hungry? Go have your dinner and come back, man. This is an easy passage. So y'all can have your dinner and come back. And y'all are not on camera, unlike me. So you can solve the passage while having dinner. You have dinner at 6:30. Come on. No, you don't. All right. Correct answer. The industrial exploitation of olive oil. Likha gaya kya? Where did they say? He does say something, but he didn't call it industrial exploitation. He says the trail of its peppery note leads straight to the core of the Industrial Revolution and the reinvention of olive oil as a global community. This is against the tone that author has talked about olive oil being reinvented in the global community in a positive manner. He hasn't said we are exploiting. There's any kind of exploitation happening here. How Odysseus used olive oil to gain immortality. Did he gain immortality? What did he do? Become younger, stronger, and more beautiful. So he didn't gain immortality, even to for his benefit, youth, to gain his youthful good looks also wouldn't have made it correct, because that is an example given on how even in the Homer's mythology, Homer's classic, olive oil played a role. Correct? History, symbolism, and transformation of olive oil couldn't have it better. The role of olive oil in Mediterranean lifestyle, yes, that's only the first paragraph. So your title should, the incorrect options in titles would be partially correct, covering only one aspect, therefore they are not correct. The correct option has to cover the entire passage and tell you the story of the entire passage. All right, so all of you said it's more balanced, it gives the idea of the entire passage. That's the point of a title. Where do you think this passage has been taken from? So the source of a passage is a very common question. I told you in the first session we'll be only doing the common questions asked. Look at the language and tone and the content and decide the source. What is the thing? So you can have an article on computers and computer languages even in a school, primary school text, but then the language would be different, the examples that are given would be different. So what is the subject, what kind of content, and what kind of language has been used? Based on that you decide where has the passage been taken from, right? So first thing he talks about olive oil, Egyptians, Babylonians, Mediterranean cultures. It has been inordinately. Okay, what's the meaning of salubrious? Salubrious properties. Good for hair also, good for your skin, good for digestion. It's good for health, beneficial. Okay, beneficial to health. The next one, what does versatile mean? Somewhere here it was there. Yeah, so basically first paragraph it says that it's been appreciated for various reasons. Second, Homer says that olive oil is like Homer's uh, 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 Odysseus Polytropos. It's just like that, something which can transform himself and adapt to any situation, similar to Odysseus. Olive oil is like that, it can transform itself. And Odysseus relies on olive oil to become younger, stronger, and beautiful. So, the second paragraph is just to give you an example of how olive oil is beneficial in various ways to the Mediterranean culture, gnarly endurance, and endless transformative possibilities. It obviously not an editorial. It's difficult to think of an editorial on olive oil. Maybe there was an editorial on Indian Express. Not the main editorial, but one of the articles in the op-ed page was on Navjot Singh Sidhu's statement on coconut and neem being uh, enough, the best medicines for cancer. And the editor said, don't mislead. So that was different. The language was different. This is just telling us about olive oil and its benefits. The both the subject, the content, and the language is not fit for an editorial. Economic survey, never. Medical journal would have given us some more a detailed account of the medicinal benefits, the health benefits. This doesn't do that. Therefore, we say, must be an article in a lifestyle magazine. All right. Uh, okay. Next one. 2 minutes again. 2 minutes again. Let's see how you do on this. Okay. Just one question on this, I think I've given. We are just having a review on how do I attempt these questions, what is the strategy I should use. Correct? Versatility is adaptability, diversity, true. Multiple use, perfect. 30 seconds more left. Good. 1.5 minutes. I said I'll give you 2 minutes. I should have said one and a half. Okay. Good, good. Okay. What is the central theme of the passage? Easy question, easy passage. Just tell me what's the central theme of the passage. Okay. The extraordinary lives and the fading legacy of the Mitford family in modern popular culture. Let's see. First paragraph says that sometimes unremarkable people erupt, conquer the world, and the Mitford family was one such family, right? There were five sisters and one son, and they went on to become famous. And he tells what are the roles. So Mitford family was unremarkable, suddenly shot to fame with their achievements. Second one says, but they are fading from popular consciousness. So you don't have to read the entire passage. One is Mitford family erupted and conquered the world. Second, they are fading from popular consciousness. Therefore, the main point is the extraordinary lives and the fading legacy of the Mitford family. Now, let's look at the other options. Detailed analysis of the pursuit of love. Yes, a little bit. No analysis has mentioned that the book did not do well when it was made into a movie. Comparison with other families is, are there other families? He just mentions the Mitford family only, giving all these funny names. So other British aristocratic families have not been there. Decline of not literature, but it's actually nobility. Not even that. So therefore that is irrelevant, but you didn't have to read that much, right? You can use the elimination method with just one word, but just the two sentences and the fact that A was the correct option made it easy. You don't even have to cross check. Do cross check. It's always good using the elimination method. All right. Okay, now the next passage. What's the time? Hold on. Are you are you uh, comfortable so far? Easy, good. The next passage is from a cat passage. What have we learned so far? That for main theme is the story of the passage. If you remove the passage with the option, you can kind of reconstruct or know what the passage is about. That is the main theme. Purpose, on the other hand, is why the author has written the passage: to describe something, to argue, to explore something, to critique something, or to tell you about something. So always purpose will have this word along with the theme of the passage with it. Okay, that's the primary purpose or the main concern of the author. All right. Tone is the author's attitude towards the subject. All right. And style is the way the author presents his ideas. Now, here I'll just take up a little bit of your time. In style, the main styles that would be asked are descriptive, which basically tells you what are the things which are seen, heard, felt, or describe a phenomenon. All right. You can have narrative, which along with the description would tell a story. There'd be a chronological sequence of events in a narrative, like a story from a Sherlock Holmes. Would you show us all the questions first? I don't mind showing it to you, but since in the exam you can do that, right? You see the passage and all the questions are there. No passage is very lengthy. I've taken only CLAT passages. Then the words that sometimes confuse students is analytical versus argumentative. Now remember, an analytical passage would look deep into an issue, looking at why did it happen, what are the main reasons, what are the pros, what are the cons. And an analytical passage generally is objective, neutral. All right. Argumentative passage, on the other hand, is one where the author takes a stand on an issue. He may tell you only the pros, only the cons, or both. It need not always, an argumentative passage need not always be balanced. But an editorial is a good example of an argumentative passage. Because in an editorial, an author often takes a stand and criticizes. Get it? So an argumentative passage, in that the author will take a stand and then he would give you arguments in favor of the stand or against it. All right. Now, expository and descriptive, what is the difference? You have descriptive, which only describes what is happening. Expository explains also. So there is use of analysis, there is use of logic in an expository passage. Descriptive passage just described, but an expository passage would give explanations, clarifications with logic. Would it be correct to say there may be character development, there may be theme development in the passages that you're given? There is not so much of a there's in 400 words, where would they be? But yeah, there would be characters talking, there would be a chronological sequence of events. Then you'd say, yeah, it's a descriptive, it's a narrative. All right. In tones again, right? The Whenever you are looking at a passage, ask yourself, is it objective in terms of neutral? What is the subject of the passage? Okay. Subject of the passage is free speech and too many arrests made by the government on free speech. So just ask yourself, is what the author saying positive or negative, or is it neutral? Based on that, you use words, you choose the options accordingly. All right. Whenever you get a tone, first do not try to just look at the tone. When you read the passage itself, you say, okay, the example is something about unremarkable families becoming remarkable. Mitford family rose to fame and then they declined from fame. What is the author's tone here? Objective, because he's just telling you what happened. All right. Narrative tells a story. There was a passage on Sherlock Holmes. I don't know if I have used it here or not. All right. You will understand Vaishnavi. 90% of the time, you will understand the passage. Okay. Uh, if you don't, move to the next one and answer the questions. Don't waste time. But you will. CLAT passages are not tough at all. All right. So the next passage may be a little tough in terms of language. So one of the things you can do, Vaishnavi, it's a paper-based test. You'll have your pencil with you. So when you read, underline the sentences that you think are important as you are reading. So you remember and process only those bits of the passage that you understand. What you don't understand, just read. If there is a question on a line that you didn't understand, like in one of the passages, the wheels of justice grind finely. Nobody asked me about that. What is the meaning of that? Means you understood it, or there was no question on it. All right. If it is not allowed, then it's okay. If underlining is not allowed, then just read. But the key here is that at least read and restate. So, first paragraph, for example, you've read the first paragraph. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't see the recent instruction. Let's say first paragraph you have read. What is the key point of the first paragraph? As you read, you tell yourself, what is the key point of the first paragraph? Some families, just unremarkable people, they're not great in any way initially, but they somehow become very, very famous. Okay, so many examples you don't have to read. When you read the examples, you don't have to remember who was the friend of Adolf Hitler, what is this what does this sentence mean. You don't need to understand any of this. Second paragraph, what's he saying? He's saying this. So just the main point, as you read, try to get it, then you will understand. So are you ready to start the next passage? This is from a CLAT passage. Okay, so I will give you 3 minutes to read the passage. It is okay. Thank you, Arman. I can't see it. I can't see it, Arman. Wait, let me just send a message uh, to Neha to remove it. Hold on. Where did my this thing go? I have told them to remove it. Okay. All right. Shall we move? Question 8. I've told them to remove it. Okay. What is, please, I've asked them to remove the pinned comment. Okay. All right. Question 8. What is the main idea of the passage? This is an actual CLAT question. This is how they ask questions. Okay. Easy one, very easy one. First part, first paragraph. But should the options be different? Should the options be different? So the key is, when you're reading, always remember what is the main point of the first paragraph. That public speaking is a powerful life skill. Impressive speeches made by people have helped to change hearts, minds, and shape the world as we see it today. All right, that is the main point of the first paragraph. That those lines are the ones you should remember, whether you remember the others or not. Then he gives example of Chief Joseph surrendering to General Nelson with this speech, or Churchill's speech, we shall fight on the beaches. Okay. And then Faulkner's acceptance, Nobel Prize acceptance speech have been given as examples. And last paragraph again, undoubtedly, effective speeches have a long lasting impact on the minds of listeners. They elevate the levels of awareness or actions the speaker intends to raise or catalyze. So the first two lines and the last two lines, the middle is all examples of impactful speeches. First one, that it's a powerful skill, it changes hearts, minds, it shapes the world as you see it today. Second, they have an impact on the minds of the listeners, and raise the levels of awareness, actions, and they enable a speaker to persuade you to do what they want, right? So all leaders, this an impactful speech can convey a strong message to the listeners. Yes, the last one. A speech should be pleasing to the ear. Where has it been mentioned? They should be bold and argumentative. They are. He is not saying they should be. Right? So, therefore, it is B. Good. Next one. The tone of the surrender speech. I gave this question more for the passage more for because it had all kinds of questions. What is the tone of the surrender speech? Then we look at each of the options and their meanings. While you answer the question, yeah, it made you feel sad. Okay, when it makes you feel sad, a story that makes you feel sad, tugs at your heartstrings, it's called poignant. All right. Satirical is sarcasm with humor. So a satire is sarcasm with humor, and generally it points to a negative in society. or it has a political, social kind of a message. It's not just a joke for the sake of a joke. All right. So that is the main thing. All right, guys. Has the pinned comment gone? If the pinned comment has gone, let me know, because Neha was asking, Shruti was asking. So that is, so your political cartoons that you see in newspapers, they are satirical. Okay. Optimistic, yes, it's gone. Good. Okay. Optimistic, optimistic and pessimistic, positive or negative in outlook. So the optimist, they say, created the aircraft, while the pessimist, he created the parachute. Satire is a form of irony. Satire is a form of verbal irony, but verbal irony is when you say something, the exact meaning of verbal irony is when you say something which is the opposite of what you mean. So, satire is a form of verbal irony. It has a but that humor has a target. So politicians would be your target, or like R.K. Lakshman in his cartoons would, Happy New Year. I hope, like, one year he said, I hope this year doesn't make last year seem like a Happy New Year. Things like that, where there's a message that the situation is so bad this year that I hope the next year would be better, not worse. All right. So yes, satire has a twist of humor, but that humor is not just pure good-hearted humor. It's humor which has a target. If you are the target of it, you won't like it, obviously. But and generally, that objective, or that humor is aimed at a political or social issue, right? So that's generally what satire is all about. Narcissism is self-love. Okay. All right. So generally in CLAT, the words that you're asked often are critical, sarcastic. Caustic is extremely critical. So variations of harsh, critical is asked again and again. All right. So now, okay. What did Churchill wish his countrymen to do? What did Churchill wish to dash to his countrymen? What was his intention? What was the aim? The question, the blank is missing, blank is misplaced. What was the aim of Churchill's speech? That's what the question is asking. If you read history books, they said when Churchill gave that speech, England was England was on the verge of defeat. And he said, if you really, the historian who wrote said, if you really read between the lines, anybody would have understood that he was saying, like, we almost gone. They are here. They've attacked us. Okay, so but he made it sound like so good. It's not just information, because he said we will fight everywhere. That means they're there already everywhere. So we shall fight in the streets. It's not just to inform; it's just to motivate his uh, countrymen and to tell them not to lose heart. Warn, remind, no, to reassure. All right, that listen, we will do it. So it was reassurance. It was also motivation and motivating and inspiring. Okay, all of you got that? Okay. The another word for one of the tone words used in reading comprehension for motivating is hortatory. I know it's a funny name. I don't think a CLAT question setter would use it, but just know it. All right. So what word would you used to describe Churchill. I had not read this. Of course, when I take the exam CLAT, I don't mark in the answer sheet, nothing. Okay. But I remember looking at the answer question the wrong way. It means I have lost your 11. Churchill least likely. If you don't read it, it is. What does resolute mean, by the way? What does the word resolute mean? Resolute means determined. Undaunted, daunt means feeling scared. Undaunted means fearless. Okay, give me the difference between. See, this is what happens. I'll go rogue if I do this. Complacent and complacent. What's the difference? Last few mocks, you got 99.9 percentile, you got all correct, you were there, top. So your mother would say, don't become complacent. Or wish she said, don't become complacent. He's an obedient and complacent kid. What's the difference? Complacent means self satisfied, smug, happy with where you are. You don't want to work any further. That is complacent. Okay. Complacent means yielding, amenable. Complacent kid means he's compliant. He'll listen to what you're saying. Obedient. Okay. So that's the difference. All right. What figure of speech has Faulkner used to convey the power of a poet's writings in the sentence? Yes, smug, lazy, not willing. So you're satisfied with where you are. That's complacent. Complacent means who? He might have been, but not in the no man. He was cruel. Churchill was cruel. Churchill stopped Bengal famine is all because of Churchill. So many people, not the famine was not because of Churchill. So many people died during the Bengal famine because of Churchill. Ships with food grains were not allowed to reach India during his time, and that part of history is very very. Uh, an example of a transferred epithet: a hot cup of tea. That's how I remember a transferred epithet. What is hot? The cup or the tea? Okay, that's an example of a transferred epithet. Onomatopoeia, a word that sounds like its meaning, right? So buzz, crunch, bang, right? Yeah, but hot cup of tea here, this is a transferred epithet because the adjective has been used next to cup. All right. Simile, when you say that uh, a poet's voice is like one of the props, is like a pillar, but he did not say it. Faulkner said a poet's uh, voice is a prop, is a pillar. So when you use the word A is B, it becomes metaphor. A is like B, it becomes a simile. These are often asked in CLAT. In the next session, we will look at that. All right, next one. Okay, catch us live on the 1st of December. Make sure you catch us live on the 1st of December. Okay, I hope you won't hate me for this. How tired are you? How tired are you? I can take your questions now. We can take that 5 minute break. It's 7:15 now. I can still talk to you, and at 7:20 we will start a good passage. I wanted to take the 3 to 6 class so that you won't be pretty tired during my class. But then, uh, but then, okay, take a 7 minute break then. 7:22 come back. Okay. Arman has calculated his break. Chalo, go get yourself a glass of water. I thought you'll sit with all that because today I thought you'd be like soldiers in their barracks all ready for the battle. Yeah, I was, when they told me 3 hours continuously, I first said, listen, I'm an old woman. I can't do this. I'm not Abhilasha. But then, well, I have to do it. All right. So, any other doubt, question, those who are there not taking the break, you can ask me. Anything related to CLAT, not what movies have you watched. Go get your food, get water. Okay, 7 is the optimum time. Perfect. I take 5 minute nap, so I'll start taking 7 minute naps now, Arman. Chalo, don't talk, go take your break and come back. Okay? Anyone has any questions, doubts? I don't know, Arman. I didn't know this no underlining rule because I used to do all that. I would not mark anything on the answer OMR sheet because I have very, very strong views on that. Uh, it's like I take CLAT. This year I'm not taking CLAT, so I didn't even look at the instructions. Yeah. You will remember what you have marked. So don't take any chances, Arman. Don't take any chances. ठीक है, you mark what answer do you think is correct. But why should they do that? I don't understand. The whole advantage of a paper based test is the underlining and the marking of the options, so that later you can, in IELTS, when you take you can take IELTS online, or you can take IELTS a paper based test. If you take a paper based test, you are allowed to mark it in your off sheet, and then you transfer the answers to your OMR sheet. But don't take any chances. If they say no mark things, don't mark. Best. Okay, you don't know. Suddenly, for your luck would be that somebody would. I have no idea. They were, the sample had passages of all sizes, so we're not really very sure. But we've prepared you for everything. Don't try to anticipate too much. You say, okay, whatever it is, I'm prepared for it. What can they ask you? They can ask you passage based question, they'll ask you paragraph based questions, or they may increase the number of questions. That's all right. So accordingly you will, and then that's enough. Nandini, once mark a question for review. I don't know if that is possible in this test, but commit yourself to an answer and move on. Otherwise, what's happening is you're allowing the question to, you are, so what happens? Let's say so I have in fact in CAT, I have had students say that main point, one question was there, I marked C. After I looked at question 2, I decided it is D. That's a very, very bad idea. Okay, that's a very bad idea. You have marked A for question 1 unless you are sure that, oh, that was a silly mistake. Don't do that. Yes, don't worry. So once you finished, once you are caught between two options, use the beast formula, use any elimination technique that has been taught to you, mark the option, move on. You're done with that question. Otherwise, you're spoiling your mind frame for the next question, and the whole thing is on the focus that you have on the test. All right. They have a surprise element, that's because they feel that. Or Nandini, you can always, I've known students who say these are my two best sections, I'll take maximum time for this and do this. But legal, you have to give time, right? I think where if there is a tie, legal is the one that gets, they look at your legal score. So, but every time I have taken CLAT, that's of course at my age I've taken it a lot of times. I come out feeling we've prepared you for a much tougher test, and the actual test turns out to be much easier. Most students don't pray for a very easy paper, because in a very easy paper, what happens is even one silly mistake costs you a lot. Yeah. So like here, least likely, the Churchill thing, which one would be least likely? No, no, they will not. Legal aptitude, earlier they used to, the legal questions were different and people argued. Like legal knowledge is different from legal aptitude, right? So give us a common sense based question instead of having a lawyer, me knowing the law and things like that. If it requires knowledge of a law, give the standing orders, that is the relevant section of the law you should give. Otherwise, how will the students know? This is what many people had argued about the entire legal section. When they give you all the so that's why they give you the principle first, and then they say, okay, this is the case, this is the principle, this is the relevant principle, use your common sense to decide. And that is instead of testing your legal knowledge. But as I said, the key is to stay calm. The pressure of expectations should not pull you down. Just stay calm, do your best, say I'm going to enjoy it. Do not, I know your entire life and career depends on it, but it's okay. Just tell yourself, by thinking like that, you're not helping yourself. So when you go for the test, just say I've prepared, I'm not going to bother, whatever happens is not in my hands. Go like that and take the test with 100% focus, you'll do well. I always pray that invigilator shouldn't talk loudly near some child, or the fan should be there. The child should be able to, get a good desk. Some people said that this was moving a lot. That was, you know, the those are the things that I pray when it's a CLAT day or a CAT day. For a CAT student, I say, oh, let the computer work well, because the tension otherwise is too much, and all that tension would make you, underperform. So that's all right. It's 7:22. 7-minute break done. Okay. Now is the real passage. Let me give you 3 minutes. All right. Shall we start? 30 seconds left. All right, let's look at the questions. What is the author's attitude towards rich people? I will time you for the answer, don't worry. Take your time, passage is there. Tell me the line in the passage based on which you decided that is the tone. Anybody? Concerned. What does assiduous mean? Assiduous means hardworking, diligent. Indifferent or sympathetic. All of you have given me C as the answer. Which line in the passage? So 1 minute is up. Yeah. Which line in the passage did you use to come to that conclusion? Yes. Here he says, don't get me wrong, okay? If the rich people want to lose their money in this way or any other way, they should be allowed to do so. But he has also given a reason. It's not like he is callous. He says that they should be the vanguards of new things in case something unforeseen or good falls out of them. Okay? So he doesn't. He says, if they lose money, they lose. But I am more concerned about the uh, poor. So he's neither positive nor negative. Let them do. They can. I mean, they can take that loss. All right. So C is the answer. Excellent. Okay. Which of the following is true in the context of the passage? CLAT question. Again, I'm giving you a minute. Many of you have answered before the minute and a half I can give you. The author defends the current money credit system. The author rejects the idea that the central bank or government creates money and are busy debasing it in their self interest. The author backs the protection of poor from the menace of cryptocurrencies, or all of the above. What is the answer for question 14? All right. The author defends because he calls it the fiction that the central money bank, he says, the current fiat money system is better for more growth, is much more distributed, it has responded better to the economic crisis. So yes, he defends the current money system, he rejects the idea, he calls it a fiction. And third one, he says the poor should be protected. Therefore, the correct answer is D, which all of you got it right. Excellent. Let's move to the next one. Which rhetorical device is employed in cryptocurrencies are just the latest alchemy? What is an antithesis? Two ideas, contradicting ideas, like it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, right? Charles Dickens, that's an antithesis. What's a metaphor? Cryptocurrencies are the latest alchemy. Alchemy, the process of changing any metal to gold. So, since he does not, he is comparing cryptocurrencies to alchemy, does not use like, says they are, okay, or you, then therefore it's a metaphor. Okay, he is the lion of the class, he is the lion of the team, he is the anchor of the team. When you say, that's a metaphor. Personification is when you give the qualities of a person to an inanimate object. We will do this in the next session. But the wind whispered through the trees, the sun smiled through the trees, those are personifications. What's a synecdoche? When you talk about a part and make it represent the whole. So, calling cars wheels, okay, or all hands on deck. It, hands mean people, but we are only saying hands. Then that's a synecdoche. All right, all of you got metaphor right. So the other three options were not relevant, even if you didn't know the answers. All right. Ha. Here I 16. What do you think is the correct? This is a cat question. All right. Yes, boots on the ground. This is as it has been given in the exam, though I did not find it a fair question. Okay. Why not D? Is it A or D? It goes beyond descriptive. So argumentative part I agree, but it goes beyond descriptive. It's not a narrative. So see, there is not, in both argumentative have been given. It is explaining, but explaining with an argument, detailed explanation and analysis, expository is just as good. So this was the official answer key gave us A, but there is no reason how I can justify A and tell you that D is wrong. I'm just telling you this because it is argumentative, it is explanatory, and that explanatory part is what makes it expository. If you tell me it's D, I'll tell you why not A. You understand, there's no difference between A and D. If you ask me, in my view, both are correct. So this was not, but then this was given in the exam, they gave A, we challenged it, they didn't accept our challenge, that we have gone through the whole drill. All right. So this is just one question where I did not agree with the key at all. Even now, I look at it and I say, "Kyun nahi hoga?" Some of my colleagues, they'll tell me, "No, no, ma'am, it is explanatory. It's not detailed description for me to call it expository." इससे detail कैसा होगा? See, look at everything. He has explained what is a fiat, current fiat money system in the last paragraph. He has explained how this Ponzi schemes, you know what's a Ponzi scheme, right? Where you lure investors. All right, you keep luring investors. Now, you lure me with, uh, it goes beyond description. There is analysis, there is explanation. He has explained how the why he is calling the cryptocurrency bubble worse than the tulip mania, why he is calling it a Ponzi scheme. If it was just description, he'll say this is what a cryptocurrency does, which is a danger to investors and all. But he's explained to us. Then he's also explained to you why he says the crypto's attack on the current finance system is incorrect. Why is it a fiction? He's explaining it in deep, in a descriptive passage that is not there. He'll just tell you this is it, this is it, this is it. But here, for every point the author has made, he has given us an explanation for why it is so. He's called it a Ponzi scheme, and he's told us why it's a kind of Ponzi scheme. Ponzi scheme is where you lure investors, okay? And then let's say he'll tell me, I invest in my this thing, I'll give you 30% interest. So I invest. Now he'll tell you a month later, I'm giving you 30% interest. So you invest. He'll pay my interest from your money. And where is he going to get your money? To pay you interest, he'll pick some new investor. So in the end, they don't have anything to fall back on, and it'll burst very quickly. The bubble will burst. That's a Ponzi scheme. And this, find out this tulip mania. It's a fantastic example. Tulips were priced during the Dutch Golden Age. Tulips, they used to charge exorbitant rates for tulips. That was called the tulip mania. And that was the first speculative uh, trading scheme in the world, was the tulip mania. That's what they say. All right. He need not mention, but he has mentioned so many things, right? He has explained it so well. Why is it like this? Why is it like the South Sea bubble? Then he's explained what is the South Sea bubble. Then he says, why is it worse than the tulip mania? He's given you examples and answers. So he has given explanation for every aspect. You can call it explanatory, you can call it expository. There's no difference, and it's argumentative. So argumentative is there in both the options. Explanatory. So I really, because okay, I don't know expository, let me call explanatory. That's the only. But if you look up the dictionary definition of explanatory, you'll see why it is. Okay, what do 17 is easier, no controversy here. What do cryptocurrency enthusiasts rely on? What are they relying on? All you need is read the relevant section and you will know. Good, good. Some more answers, please. All of you with D. Cryptocurrency enthusiasts, through the veil of technology, cryptocurrency enthusiasts are leaning on policymakers to permit them to be exempt from regulation, privatize money, and make money so disconnected from the economy that it would reap financial disaster. So they want to exemption from regulation, they want privatization of money, and they want to disconnect money from the economy. Therefore, D is the right answer. CLAT questions generally are like this, but we are prepared for any eventuality. Okay, all of you did well on what the only thing that may trouble you is the time involved, but I don't think that also will be an issue. With practice, you all have uh, got that time also under your control. Okay, hi Adrija. All right. So that was the direct questions, theme based, style, tone, which all of you have aced. uh, at least 8:30, 8:45. I don't know. Let's see. Vocabulary, grammar, let me do it as quickly as possible. Okay? Get your dinner to the table, to your study table, or take your computer to your all right. What is the purpose of the session? To look at vocabulary as it's officially up to 9 p.m. Okay, vocabulary asked in RC as part of RC. Okay, then a grammar in RC. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, I don't know, but more than grammar, we will be looking at figures of speech. Okay, I'll quickly take you through two or three aspects of grammar if time permits. CLAT, if they ask a question on grammar, generally would be one sentence with misplaced, with an incorrect preposition or tense form, which all of you already, I think, are aware of. All right. 1st of December, stay locked. Do press the like button if you are enjoying the session so far. And I appreciate the fact that you are attending it even though you're tired, but marathons are tiring. It's like a 5-day test match. All right. As I said, uh, read along with me, and the second session is easier, so you shouldn't have too much of a problem. All right. Okay, let's look at this. Mm. For this, I'll give you 2 minutes, won't give you 3 minutes. It's a short passage. 30 seconds more, just so if you're tired and your reading speed has gone down, it doesn't matter. Just quickly go through this. All right. So we'll try to keep it light. Okay. Yes, guys. I want them to give me a few more classes. If you don't, they'll say, hey, her session was not good. Just press that like button. All right. Let's go to the question. Which is not a synonym of embroiled? In Yes, enslaved is not. Embroiled means to be entangled, enmeshed, or ensnared. Enslaved means to make a slave of somebody, to put somebody under domination. That is not the correct one. All right. If you if you think they might ask a question of grammar once in a while in an RC, it would generally be about in any RC we could change a sentence where or insert an error. Generally, it's easier to insert an error in these four areas: articles, prepositions, tenses, or agreement of verb with subject. For example, if I want to evidence, so I can put a fill in the blanks here, and I will say there is evidence dash the contrary. So now many of us use the term on the contrary. So on, to, in, something will be used. And even if this has been given correct, they may either give a blank here or give the wrong preposition there. So you know this, there might be a mistake there. So you would be asked which one is the correct sentence. All right. So that is the way a grammar question is created. If the author has used the incorrect grammar sentence, has used an incorrect sentence, then that will be given as it is. Or we insert, see, humanitarian aid here, instead of has, I can put have. All right. So when you are going through grammar portions, just take care, look at it in terms of articles, prepositions, tenses, agreement of verb with subject. The second layer, if they really want to do a thorough investigation of your knowledge of grammar, then they would go to parallelism, modifier, sentence structure. All right, but this would be the general trend. Okay, all right. Next one, synonym of persecution. All right, persecution means, so remember, there's a difference between persecution and prosecution. Prosecution is when the court prosecutes you. That is a process in criminal law. But persecution means cruelty, act of victimization. Got it? So the correct answer is A. Emancipation means liberation or freedom. Indictment means when the court says, yes, you are indicted, you are guilty of a charge. All right. Persecution is hostility, cruelty, ill treatment. So victimization kind of covers everything. All right. Okay. I like dash music, especially dash music of dash 90s. So, what do you think is the correct option? I like a music, especially a music of a 90s. I like the music, especially the music of the 90s. I like music, especially the music of the 90s, or I like music, especially music of the 90s. A, B, C, or D. This just tests your knowledge. True, emancipation is liberation of freedom. Just testing your knowledge of articles. We are doing grammar along with RC. Quickly, we are just going through some of the common questions that could be asked. None means nowhere, you don't need any articles anywhere, is it? So remember, the rule of articles is very simple. Whenever you're talking of any singular countable noun, a noun that can be expressed as a number, you have to use an article. It can be a, an, or the. When it's an uncountable noun, if you're using it in general, or a plural noun, you don't, which you talk in, when you're referring to it in general, you don't have to use an article. I like music, मुझे म्यूजिक पसंद है, मुझे डांस पसंद है, that kind of statement you don't need. But when you're talking of a specific genre, a specific period, then you have to use the music. Now, in 1990, but in the 90s, because here you are talking of a decade. Therefore, you need to use a the. All right, got it? Okay, next one. Which is the antonym of copious? Raja, 9 p.m. What is the antonym of take a short break and come back if you're feeling tired? All right. What is the following? What is the antonym of copious? What does copious mean? And then what would be its antonym? Are you making copious notes of the lecture? Right. Um, I'm just making some sentence. Is this sentence correct? A means copious. Okay, generally, when they ask you antonyms, one of the options would be its meanings. Profuse means in great amount, but no, not spare, but sparse. D. Spare is irrelevant. Extra. So it is also. All right. Um, A is not required. So there is reason means a reason means one. Give me a reason why I should not do it. Reason means enough justification. Reason without an article. All right. So here it is D. We got it right. Okay. Next question. Either a synonym or an antonym of precise. What is the answer for 4? Precise is accurate, excellent. That is the meaning. All right. Why did XYZ student log out? She logged out because she could not cope with, or cope up to the long hours. What is the correct one? Think of this as A, cope up with. A, sorry, where is my? I keep losing my pen. Cope with, okay, and C is cope up to. What is the correct answer? Some more answers, please. Quickly, quickly. We have so much to do, and you're all tired and hungry. I know. Okay, remember, cope is a complete word in itself. The correct option is cope with, not cope up with. All right. So, if they want to test your preposition knowledge, this is one of the most common prepositions that are asked. No up, just cope with. No up. All right. All of you understood? Okay, next. Synonym of malevolence. No, no, no up. No up. I didn't say you use up. Up is never used with cope. It is just cope with. No up. Cope up is wrong English. No cope up. Just cope. All right. What is the synonym of malevolence? Malevolence means hatred. All right. So the synonym here has to be rancor. Okay. Succor means aid, help, respite, ridicule, and irony are irrelevant. All right. Okay. No, Arman, it's wrong English. No colloquial, it's wrong English. Simple. We say it in spoken English, we say a lot of wrong things in spoken English. I want to dispose my old car. I want to dispose OF my new old car, or I want to dispose OFF my old car. It is synonymous. Synonym means similar to, not the exact meaning. Yes. Rancor means deep, deep, deep hatred, bitterness. So it is a synonym, similar to, not the meaning. Malevolence, hatred, is the exact hatred or cruelty. Okay. Okay, all of you with two F's is wrong. It is only one F. Okay, so this is the correct answer. This is wrong. This is wrong. Okay, only one F. Don't trust me, please look up the dictionary. Okay, I looked it up when my teacher told me. And every second year it is asked in exam. So just in case there is a grammar section, in case there is a grammar question, we're just looking at areas from which they can ask you questions, right? All right, next one. Again, who was asking me this? Diptakshi, right? The exact meaning we will not give, but which one is similar to sadism? It is an act of wicked cruelty and sadism to invert the truth, as the ICC does, and accuse Israel of murder, persecution, and inhumane acts. So, what is the synonym of sadism here? Scadden, not SCHA actually. Sorry, wait, it's wrong. Egoism, masochism, or philanthropism. Excellent. I'm so happy many of you got it right. A Schadenfreude is one who is happy at the misery of uh, another person. So, a sadistic person feels happy when somebody else is in pain. Okay. Masochism is self torture. So, this is not the same as sadism. Philanthropism is altruism. Egoism is self arrogance or believing in self pride or excessive self pride. Okay. Complete the sentence with an expression from the passage. He dashed the meeting with a radical proposal. I've just changed the sentence. What should I say? Embroiled off, capped off, rounded off, or warranted off. Can I? So the a Schadenfreude is a person who feels happy at the misery of another. In fact, I remember an interview. Sunil Gavaskar is from St. Xavier's, Mumbai, right? And his English is excellent. So I remember him saying that most Indian fans, if India doesn't win, I feel unhappy, but I feel even more, I feel unhappy, but I feel happy if Pakistan loses. So I have no Pakistan playing against Australia. Why would you feel? That is exactly a Schadenfreude feeling. All right, but here, yeah, anybody. It's sadism is an extended, or let's come extreme form of Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude can be just happiness at somebody's misery. Oh yeah, you got caught in the traffic. Yay, you missed class. That is similar to a sadism, but in its extreme form, it is sadism. You're miserable, and I'm happy because you're miserable, right? Yeah, capped off means completed. Okay, many students would say rounded up. No, rounded up is totally different from capped off. All right, completed is capped off. Okay, all right. Now let's clear so far. Okay, any other word here that we needed to do? Obscenity, lewdness, jurisdiction, your area of authority. Let me just give you one more question. Okay, here. Yes, yes. A final thing, you cap it off with a speech, you cap it off with the price distribution. All right. This slice of cheese is made from, or made up of a whole glass of milk. What is the difference between made of and made from? Is made of, do you ever use made of? Okay, this is one question. Okay, most answers were made from. This is another question. I'm giving you the same options: made of, made from, made. Made from is when that is the original source. This is one of the ingredients. It goes through a process. Then it is made of. So, cheese is made from milk, cake is made from flour, wine is made from grapes. Hotel's bedding is made of, because here the cotton remains cotton, linen remains linen. So this will be made of. Okay, good. All right. This is a nice passage on figures of speech which helps you understand figures of speech. Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes to read it, 2.5 minutes to read it. Okay, yes. The first one is made from, second one is made of. Thank you. Let's read the passage. Yes, I chose it for that because otherwise, just asking figures of speech one by one is a little boring. All right. Based on the passage, which of the following is a metaphor? Why do I call chattering a simian trait? Because monkeys chatter. Human trait. How is that a metaphor? Uh, Sympathy is a human trait. Sympathy is a trait shown by humans. So here, simian is an adjective meaning ape like. Okay. Bird song. A song of a bird is called bird songs. By researching bird songs, people know anything. Frog like appearance. It looks like a frog like appearance. Therefore, see here our example was the mouth of a river. If a river can have a mouth, it's both a right. Similarly, the snout of a glacier. This is a metaphor. All right. Monkey, I can describe a monkey. I'm not comparing anything. I'm not making it. I'm just saying it's a human trait. It's an animal trait. It's a dog like. Okay. Both personification metaphor is a firm form. Personification is a metaphor at the end of it, right? At the end of it, it's a metaphor, but when you give a human characteristic, so the mouth of a glacier is, if the mouth of a river is a metaphor, the snout of a glacier is also a metaphor. Okay. The smile of the sun smiled. Okay. All right. This we all know. What figure of speech is there in this example? Right. It is a personification. No, you're not wrong. Future analyst student, you're not wrong at all. You, in fact, you made a very good observation. Don't apologize. That is a metaphor and a personification, both. All right. This is a simile. We know what's a lighter T, right? So we will look at lighter T's maybe later. I don't know if I've asked a question on it, but here he has written what's a lighter T? A conscious understatement in which emphasis is achieved by negation. Not bad, right? That's a lighter T. It's no fun to be sick. That's a lighter T. All right. A personification is when an inanimate object is given a personal human kind of touch, like the sun smiled down at us. Okay. Okay. Hard hats is an example of as or like are the same. Arman, as and like, as good as, like, just as somebody else. Yes, double negatives or just a conscious use of a negative, only a negative. Not bad, no fun doing it. Okay. Hard hats is an example of what? Simile, metaphor, metonymy, or synecdoche. What is the difference between C and D? Not much. Not much. Part used to represent whole is one example here. He has given the power of the crown, where the crown, or we'll say Oval Office to mean US presidency, or you say number 10 for Downing Street, British Prime Minister. That's a metonymy. Crown, for crown stands, symbolizes king or queen. But in a synecdoche, a part is taken. Okay, all hands on deck, brass for high ranking military officers. So you would use hard hats to mean people who wear hard hats. Okay, so that's a synecdoche, not a metonymy. Very little difference between the two. It's very confusing, but remember, when a part is used to express the whole, like hard hat, the people who are wearing hard hat. When something is symbolizing and you use, like photocopying, we all say Xerox. So that's an example of a kind of metonymy. Crown for the British monarchy, that's a metonymy. Oval Office or number 10 for US government or UK government, that's a metonymy. No, this is not a past year passage. I just thought, how will I give you an example? How will I give you an interesting passage on figures of speech? Because many of you had been asking for this. All right. There is an excerpt here, and based on that, read the excerpt and tell me what expression is art is long and time is fleeting. All right. No, I was going to give you one more question on prepositions, but I forgot now. Synecdoche is a part exemplifying a whole, like using wheels to say cars. That's a synecdoche. Metonymy is where we say um, Raisina Hills for the Indian president. North Block. North Block represents the Indian government, or South Block. Sorry, North Block is Indian bureaucracy. South Block is PMO's office. One thing symbolizes the other, stands for the other. That's a metonymy. Synecdoche is a part, like Stars and Stripes is a part of the US flag. Okay, that's a synecdoche. Not much difference between the two, but transferred epithet, I told you, when hot cup of tea, cold bottle of water. Is the water that's cold? Bottle is also cold, but you mean the water which is cold. That's a transferred epithet. And English is full of transferred epithets. So this is an example of an antithesis. Art is long as time is fleeting. Right? That's an example of an antithesis. These are not us generally. Generally for CLAT, you would, okay, see, they've given some here, they've not given all here. Onomatopoeia examples they have given. um, Alliteration, so you need to know simile, metaphor, we've done lots of it. Metaphor, then personification. Okay, give the any inanimate object uh, any human trait. Okay, sun smiling, wind whispering, those kind of things. The window threatened to open, threatened to do something. Okay, that's a personification. They may ask alliteration. Alliteration is using similar sounds starting with similar letters close to each other. Okay, I remember one ad which says, uh, "Always be alert, avoid accidents." Okay, to avoid accident. So this is the best case of alliteration where four things start with the same letter or the same sound. Al. Okay, repetition of the same sounds or same letters in consequent words. That's called an alliteration. An allegory, something represents the whole is metonymy, symbolizes the whole is metonymy, and synecdoche is a part. Correct. All right. The other one is an allegory, where you use animals, moral, fables to actually represent what is happening in the world. Like Animal Farm is an allegory. All right. They don't ask you all this. Just because this one had it, I thought let's have some fun. All right. Karan Johar's movies are all alliterative. All right. Most. All right. So this was an antithesis. So C is the correct answer. Now let's read a good passage again for 3 minutes. I know many of you are done by 1.5, but I have to keep it on for 3 minutes. Okay. All right. What kind of passage is this? We've gone back to asking you, what kind of passage is this? Expository, descriptive, abstract, or narrative? Past year CLAT question. Each option we will look at after you finish your answers. I'll tell you each option what it means, because this is the last lap of the victory lap, as you put it. Nandini, no question mark. Give it confidently. Mark your answer confidently with no question marks. Take a call and then commit yourself. Huh. Okay. If it is just what was seen, what was heard, this works like this works like this, that is descriptive. It goes little beyond that by trying to explain why one thing is there. Then if it is detailed description and explanation, then it becomes expository. If it is vague, you're not able to figure out what it is, it's hard to understand, it's all over the place, it's abstract. If there's a chronological sequence of events and a tale is being told, then it is narrative. Just because it has quotes in it doesn't make it narrative. Is there a story? Is somebody relating a sequence of events chronologically? It's not just description. Description is there, but there is more than description. Where he first says, if he had said that planning is important, strategy is also important, execution is also important, and then just gives you planning does this, execution does all this, but he doesn't go. He just says that it's a debatable thought. Some leaders say this, some others say this guy says this. So he's gone into an explanation. Therefore, it will be expository. Clear? Finally, I got a good passage as an example of expository. All right. What is the main purpose of the author? No, no. Expository means explanation and description. Discursive is discussion, detailed discussion, but there is no order in a discursive passage. So I haven't given you all examples of a discursive passage in this. Expository means explanation and detailed description and explanation. Remember that definition. That helped me a lot in identifying uh, the styles. Suggest that people succeed only when they have great strategies. This is an extreme word that goes against the tone. Highlight that execution is important, so is planning, so is strategy. Is as indispensable as planning and strategy. Illustrate the impact of poor planning and weak strategy. He does that here, but one oversight, but that is not the main point of the passage. Highlight the hurdles that come in the way of execution with poor planning and strategy, not just execution. Therefore, B is the one that shows the main purpose. Okay, excellent. Good. Let's go to the next question. From the failure of new Coke, what did the company learn? Again, I'll time you to 1 minute. I want all answers in. Last lap, guys. Come on. We're almost done. One more passage after this. I don't like that passage, but since it had a lot of topical things that we've discussed, I gave it. I feel very sad when I read that passage. What is the answer to question 14? Fifth day post tea break, we are there now. Last session of the cricket match. Of course, the Indian team didn't take it till their fourth day में ही खत्म कर दिया match. Was so good. Couldn't watch it. Watched the highlights only. I was busy taking last lap of some exam. All right, a minute is almost up. How many answers in? Let me see. New Coke. After rigorous planning and testing, a new recipe on 2 lakh consumers in 1985, the company Coke brought out the new Coke. It as in it brought it out in the market. Much to the company's dismay, the product did not take off as expected and the financial loss was enormous. The company realized that during the process of data collection, it had not considered product loyalty and old fashioned habits of consumers. So it had neglected the consumers. Okay, so it should not neglect consumers. First one is on strategies, next is on survey, third consumer loyalty is the exact opposite, therefore it has to be D. Tested strategies are essential for success, but who said they did not test? They had done tests. No, they did planning, they did testing, they did everything, yet they were not successful. So this it doesn't show. Surveys and data calibration are a sheer waste of time. No, in that data they had ignored. So that data was fine, but they ignored a part. So that data was not complete. See, consumer change brand preferences too frequently, but here it says they were loyal to the product and they were habituated to the old Coke. So that was not correct. Therefore, the correct answer is D. Good. 15. For the accomplishment of a project, Steve Jobs, and then he looks at Steve Jobs' approach similar to Franklin's, different from Franklin's, or believes in something, or none of the above. 15. Good. I got my first answer from Rashi in 15 seconds. Not bad. Then Dream Conscious also. Very quick, Devyansh. I'm happy. Just keep at this pace, and all of you are very good. And this is when you're tired after what? 6 hours of class? Almost 6 hours? Excellent. 5.5 hours. Okay, just keep this up. So happy. Just keep this up, and you will do well. Okay, 1 minute up. What did Steve Jobs say? He said ideas are worth nothing unless executed. So he believed in the importance of execution. All right. Where is Benjamin Franklin? Benjamin Franklin says failing to plan is failing to planning to fail. So Benjamin was on planning, Steve Jobs was on execution. So his approach was different from Benjamin Franklin's. Not here, not here, not here. All right, good, excellent. In dash, the dash in consumer is the capricious weather, refers to the dash demands of the consumers. The figure of speech, consumer is capricious weather, refers to the what demands of the consumers. right? The consumer is the capricious weather is a metaphor. It talks about the changing or wavering demands, because capricious means whimsical, caprice means whim. I want you to find out meaning, example of anaphora. That's your homework. Let's look at the next question. Where did 17 go? There is no 17. I had made another question. Anyway, doesn't matter. All right. Um, no, don't give it to me now. That's for you. Find out what it is. Okay. My chat suddenly blanked out. Okay. All right. My last question is missing. Doesn't matter. Catch us on December 1st. Can't say it enough times. Yes. Look at a passage which is excellent in terms of the imagery and the figures of speech and the figurative expressions used here. It's a very sad passage. I'm not telling you what an anaphora is. Each one of you has to look it up and look up 3, 4 examples. All right. All right. Yeah. I deliberately said no. One example of one homework question. If you know it, fantastic. All right. Let's read this in 3 minutes. I forgot to time you initially. I came, I saw, I conquered. What figure of speech is that? Find out. After this. All right. Are you done reading? I've seen only two done so far. All right. Providence and crescendo. What are the synonyms of the word providence and crescendo, respectively, as given here? Elimination. Through elimination, you can come to this, even if you are not sure of uh, the exact. You may know what providence means, whether the option given matches it or not is what you think. Zenith means peak, so does apex, so does crescendo. Correct? Nadir is the lowest point, so it is the opposite of zenith. So this cannot be. Laxity means lenience, lenient, to be very lenient or lax. Prudence means wisdom. All right. Short sightedness, not being. So it cannot be this. Nemesis is apex is crescendo. Nemesis is your avenger, somebody who is there to trouble you, who has come to take revenge, which is the same as similar to destiny or fate, which is exactly the meaning of providence. So the closest in terms of providence is nemesis. So A is the correct answer. All right. Okay, next one. It has numerous figures of speech. I changed the answer option because I was not happy with the answer provided and which was given. I'll tell you what correction I made. So, what figures of speech could you identify, and which one was the closest? The snow was falling, cat's fur was stiffly pointed, crouched ready for the death spring. It was night, made no difference. All times were one. Cat was hungry, weather had been bitter, creature of absolute convictions, listening angrily to the north wind, starting in the upper heights with distant screams. Which one? The wind, swelling into an awful crescendo of rage, swooping down with furious white wings of snow like a flock of fierce eagles. So there is a simile here, but more than that, there is a metaphor here, there's a metaphor here. So instead of simile and personification, I changed it into metaphor and personification. The original question gave simile and personification. There is one simile, so that is also okay. Yes, Okay, onomatopoeia is bang and buzz and crunch and all. There's no irony or sarcasm. It's just a sad, poignant thing that he must have been an abandoned cat, right? And a pun is when you play with words, right? For example, if you give me a very good pun, I will say it is puntastic. Okay, so a play of words is a pun. All right. A motif is a recurrent theme, a theme that goes on and on. That's a motif. Okay. So which one is a recurrent, is a motif of the cat's life? How do you know? How, Arman, how do you know that the cat sits like this every winter? Which one seems to be a motif is what you have to say. Based on what has been given in the passage. Based on what has been given in the passage. This winter he had, but remember here. So, what is a motif here? Four times the weight has been mentioned. So, it is a never ending weight. Okay, it is the weight that we can say for sure. It's not like he was always hungry. All right, so the key here is since the theme wait, he sat for hours, he waited with patience, so the cat waited. He had nothing to lose, he was waiting for the rabbit. So it seems to be the motive was of a never ending wait. That's the one that the from the tone of the passage when we read, we get the idea of the wait more than anything else. Got it? Okay. Oh, that's a good pun. Yeah. The best pun was what I read on a t shirt of a student. The world consists of mind and matter. I don't mind and you don't matter. I remember reading that and laughing a lot. All right, the cat never faltered, he never cried, he had nothing to gain from crying and everything to lose. Suggests that the cat is. Arman is a storehouse of puns, huh? My brother's daughter calls me uncle, I call her niece. Together we are a joint family. Excellent. All right. So it shows that he doesn't give up, he doesn't lose, he does not, he just stays there and fights. So he is resilient. All right, we are done with the questions. Any doubts? Any next 5-10 minutes just for doubts? Catch us live on the 1st of December 2024. Before we wind up, thank you very much for joining, for persisting in the long marathon. That's why it's called the marathon in the first place, right? And do press the like button if you liked the session, if you enjoyed it. More than that, if you found it useful, right? Any questions? Any last minute doubts? All right. I wish you all the very best in the exam. Just stay cool, trust yourself, have faith in your abilities. Just go there, focus on the test, and take it. The only last minute tip is, do not worry, do not get pressurized by any kind of expectations. Oh, I know you will do well. Oh my God, she's expecting me to do well, kind of thoughts. Nothing. You have proved yourself to everybody. You just need to go there, do your best. The rest is up to God. You will do very well. For English, all you need to do is focus on the RCs. Do not be in a hurry to mark the options. Speed does not mean rashness. Okay? English generally is easy. You get so excited that sometimes, in the sheer excitement, you may end up making silly mistakes. So just focus on the test and keep doing it one by one. Okay? And whatever strategy you used for the mocks, use it in the test. If the test is hard, it will be tough for everybody. Do not get upset if one particular section is tough for you. It will be tough for everybody. Don't get upset, just do your best. Focus and stay calm. All right, that's the key to success. And all the best. God bless you, and have a good night's sleep before the day of the test. On the day of the test, also, make sure you eat well, you are rested, relaxed when you take the test. All right. Okay. See you all then. Bye bye. I loved the session. I hope you enjoyed it too. Bye bye.